gotta let me know. Are we human? Or are we dancer? My sign is vital. My hands are cold. And I'm on my knees looking for the answer. Are we human? Or are we dancer? Will the system be alright when you dream of home tonight? There is no message we're receiving. Let me know if your heart's still beating. Are we human? Or are we dancer? My sign is vital. My hands are cold. And I'm on my knees looking for the answer. Are we human? Or are we dancer? Are we human? Or are we dancer? Now I'm gonna think of when we were together. Like when you said you feel so happy you could die. I told myself that you were right for me, but felt so lonely in your company. But that was love and it's an ache I still remember. You can get addicted to a certain kind of sadness, like resignation to the end, always the end. So when we found that we cannot make sense, well, you said that we would still be friends. But I admit that I was glad it was over. time doesn't change your number. You said I don't need that more. Now you're just somebody that I used to know. Now you're just somebody that I used to know. Now you're just somebody that I used to know. I used to know. I used to know. I used to know.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to day 2 of our Education Summit. It's Virtual Advancement in Education Summit 2021. And we can't believe that is the second day already. And we have delved into quite a bit yesterday. We looked at some of the areas of education that are needed, vocational training, um, and then today we're going to look at the mental health of people, how to come out of that pandemic, and also looking at education policies and a bunch of other things. I'm sure you have gotten the memo already. Okay, I want to welcome everybody to this education summit, day 2. We have another day tomorrow, which is the last day, but the middle day, it's always the what they refer to as the oomph, the one that goes over the and you're ready and you're waiting to hear what all our presenters have in store for us to learn as well as to contribute to. Now, I'm gonna hand over to our well and able communications director, Miss Lady Carlene Largy, and she's going to take us through today's proceedings. Before I do so, I want to welcome our special guest and Dr. McLean, acting Permanent Secretary of Education. She has a representative here, Miss Winnie Berry, as well as we have online too with us Mr. Evans Thompson, and he's going to lead us in the invocation. We also have our presenters, and I want to highlight my good and wonderful cousin here. She's going to open up the presentation today, and I'm special, especially welcoming her as she opened up the presentations later on, in about 15 minutes or so, Miss Marcia Bowman Marcy. Okay, so welcome everyone, and I'm gonna be sitting back and learning just like all of you, because I don't really know everything yet, so I have to listen and contribute as much as possible. The people who are attending on YouTube, please drop your answer, your questions in the chat, in the YouTube chat, as well as if you want to keep the conversation going in the YouTube chat as well. But once you post your questions in the chat, we will bring them over here to our presenters and you will get them answered. Okay, so I won't say sit back, because sometimes we have to jump up and celebrate some of the points that are going to be shared. So anything you want to do, if you want to get loud, get loud. We won't hear you, but if you want to say LOL in the chat and just scream in the chat, do everything possible to celebrate education as we go through teaching and learning reimagined. Okay, all right. Now I'm handing over to Lady Carlene Largy to take us into the the um the the introductory part of the day and then into our presentations. Lady Largy.
Thank you, Dr. Dice. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world. I greet you on this day 2 of the Jamaica Diaspora Education Task Force 6th staging of their Advancement in Education Virtual Summit 2021. That's a long name. I'm Carleen Largy. I have played a consistent role in the formation of this task force, as well as the structure of the summits, all of which I have assisted in planning in the past 7 years. I am retired from 32 years in the banking industry in corporate America and have spent my time since then in support and service to Jamaica, among several other volunteer positions in the education space in the diaspora. So that's me. Let us begin with the invocation. And this afternoon, presenting the invitation is Evan Thompson. He is the current Public Relations Officer and Chairman of the PR and Communications Subcommittee of the Jamaica Alumni of High Schools Association. He joined the organization in February 2020, the representative of the Excelsior High School Pair Students Association, where he serves as Vice President. Mr. Thompson is a career meteorologist and public servant who became well known in Jamaica as the weatherman on Prime Television. He is the director of Jamaica's Meteorological Service and is also the current president of the Regional Association for North America, Central America, and the Caribbean of the World's Meteorological Organization. Mr. Thompson, a Christian, worships at the Webster Memorial United Church in Halfway Tree, St. Andrew, where he leads the church's praise team. He's married with 2 sons. Welcome, Evan Thompson, for the invocation.
Thank you very much, Carleen, and a very good day to everyone who is here. It's a pleasure to be with you today to lead you in this invocation. I invite you to just bow your heads as we welcome the presence of our God. Our Heavenly Father, creator of all things and giver of every good gift, we acknowledge your presence today. This is the day that you have made, and we, your people, will rejoice and be glad in it. Today, we seek to carry out your will as the Jamaica Diaspora Education Task Force continues to respond to your call to provide for the development of professionals in education. Despite the various challenges that confront us and the many obstacles along the way that threaten to derail our educational pursuits, you have remained faithful. We acknowledge that sometimes our attention span has been short. Sometimes our memories have faded and our visions have been filled with hopelessness. But we commit today to hearing your voice again through the cries of our stakeholders, our students. Give us vision, wisdom, knowledge, and understanding so that at the end of this summit, we will again have a clear path to advance the work ahead of us. We cannot do this without your leading, so be our guide and our strength at this time and throughout our tenure. May all our efforts and our work honor you, for thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. Thank you.
Thank you for giving us that inspiration, Evan. Well said. Thank you again. At this time, we are going to have greetings from the Jamaica Teachers Association. They hold a very dear and special collaboration with this task force. And I'm not sure that the greeter has arrived as yet, so we're going to move on. Next on the program, we will hear from the Ministry of Education, Youth and Information. This ministry is another of our stakeholders, and to bring greetings on behalf of that ministry is Mrs. Winnie Ann Marie Berry. Mrs. Winnie Ann Marie Berry has served the teaching profession for over 33 years, and during those years of teaching at the Queen's High School for Girls in St. Andrew, she was also staff advisor to the Students' Council. At the Ministry of Education, Youth and Information, Mrs. Berry serves as the Acting Chief Education Officer of the Educational Services Division and Assistant Chief Education Officer of the Media Services Unit. She currently serves as the Deputy Chief Education Officer of the Curriculum and Support Services. She has contributed to the development of several ministry initiatives and as a program coordinator for the other undertakings that involve advancing the curriculum at all levels of learning and teaching, and the development of a series of education resources to support the social studies component of the National Standards Curriculum for secondary schools. The series, National Heroes of Jamaica, comprises 4 supplementary reads from grades 7 to 9 and focuses on defining the elements of our national heroes. Mrs. Berry has received several awards for her contributions over the year. Her contributions to the nation's education system has not gone without recognition at the highest level, as she also is a recipient of the Prime Minister's Medal of Appreciation for Service to Education. Mrs. Winnie Berry, welcome to the Jamaica Diaspora Education Task Force Summit 2021.
Thank you most kindly. Are you seeing me?
Yes, we're seeing you and we're hearing you very well.
You're hearing me as well. Yes, it is indeed my pleasure to be here on this platform to share with you. Just to apologize for Permanent Secretary, Dr. Grace McLean, who regrettably is not able to make it to this session. So, let me address our chair or moderator. Is it Dr. Largy? We have Dr. Dwayne Dice, chairman of the Jamaica Diaspora Education Task Force, the members of the executive of Jamaica Diaspora Education Task Force. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. You know, it's not often that we get an opportunity like this to share with friends in a conference like this on consecutive days. However, please allow me to reiterate my delight in being able to greet you on behalf of our Permanent Secretary, Dr. Grace McLean, and certainly by extension, on behalf of the Ministry of Education, Youth and Information, in her capacity as Acting Permanent Secretary and my capacity as a Deputy Chief Education Officer for Curriculum and Support Services. I note that Dr. Clover Flowers has joined me as well, so I know you will welcome her, and she's our Assistant Chief Education Officer with specific responsibility for curriculum. As we acknowledge the strong support of the Jamaica diaspora community to the education sector, we encourage you to continue your good work. As you know and would have heard, the ministry has had to make major adjustments in its operation for much of the second half of the 2019-2020 school year and for the 2020 and 21 academic year because of the COVID pandemic. We are now in the closing stages of this one, and we are looking ahead to 21-22. Using your theme for this year's summit, Teaching and Learning Reimagined, I want to share with you plans outlined in our parliament just yesterday by our Honorable Minister to address the learning loss experienced by students amid the shift to online learning. In a majority of the cases, you would have seen that, despite the fact that we have had broadcast and we have had learning kits on the ground, we note the learning loss. We have been advised by the data that just about 120,000 students have not been engaged in the formal school system at all this year. The minister outlined a Recover Smarter National School Leaving, National School Learning and Intervention Plan to help our children. This plan, to be institutionalized in the education sector, has 4 components. The first, the National School Learning Plan, embedded in the daily school operations and school improvement efforts. Then the second is our National Summer Schools program. Thirdly, our National Extra Lessons classes and our National Homework program. And I've said before, this strategy is called our Recover Smarter National School Learning and Intervention Plan. This plan is aimed at improving the academic performance of students enrolled in the program over the summer period and during the school year. It will also provide academic enrichment activities for students through its intervention framework. The ministry's response to teaching and learning since the confirmation of Jamaica's first case of COVID-19 in March 2020 has been the closure of all primary and secondary institutions as a means of curtailing the spread of the virus. This suspension of face-to-face classes meant that the Ministry of Education, Youth and Information had to develop strategies to ensure minimal disruption to teaching and learning for the nation's children. Through the various public and private partnerships, the ministry was able to roll out a blended modality where students were engaged virtually through television and radio lessons via learning kits developed and distributed to communities, as well as face-to-face classes when possible. Notwithstanding the 120,000 students who have not been consistently engaged, giving rise to learning gaps, all of these efforts have been made. Even those who are engaged may not have had the desire of full teaching and learning experience because of the challenges they were facing. So we do recognize that even those who had access to learning would have experienced challenges of their own. If this is not addressed, these learning gaps are likely to have an adverse impact on students' progress as they move throughout the system. The Recover Smarter National School Learning and Intervention Plan is designed to support the ministry in identifying and addressing learning gaps and support schools in effort to give students back and to get them back on track with their studies. The Recover Smarter program is an attempt to mitigate the effects of the learning loss experience due to COVID-19 and is designed to guide our school administrators, regional authorities, and central ministry in the development and implementation of strategies which are intended to, 1, assess the learning gaps, 2, improve students' performance in core subject areas, 3, reduce learning gaps among students so that they are able to function at their grade level in core subject areas, 4, improve the social and emotional well-being of all students through engagement in a character education program and the provision of robust psychological support, and finally, to foster and engender improved school, home and school community relationships through the inclusion of community-based programs and activities in the delivery of all our intervention programs. Let me look now at implementation. What is hope? How will this be done? The implementation of the Recover Smarter program plan will take place using a bottom-up approach, beginning with the development of school-level plans, which are to be reviewed and approved at a regional level and supported through the provision of technical and financial assistance both nationally and regionally. The framework to guide general curriculum management and the development and implementation of school-led intervention programs is built on 3 key pillars. These pillars are: 1, academic learning and holistic development. This pillar is focused on the student's cognitive development as described by the National Standards Curriculum. Students should benefit from spiritual development, psychosocial support, character education, and physical education and development. Critical to this pillar is ensuring that students access the learning opportunities. Secondly, pillar, capacity building. This pillar is designed to ensure that critical collaborative groups are empowered to play their role in the development and implementation of the reopening plan. They are to take ownership of the required change in mindset and function collaboratively in developing appropriate ways. Capacity building opportunities should be created for parents, school leaders, community groups, curriculum implementation teams, and classroom teachers. 3, pillar, the third and final pillar here, community parent engagement. This pillar is focused on creating and sustaining the required collaborative and inclusive environment by connecting relevant stakeholders so that there is a comprehensive approach involving the programs, policies, facilities, and initiatives required to meet the range of needs. Community engagement will be required at the school, at the national and regional levels. Let me now look at assessment, because you would understand that it is critical for us to be able to design the intervention program. In terms of diagnostics, 1, all students in grades 1 to 9 will be required to sit the standardized Ministry of Education, Youth and Information diagnostic tools assessment to help schools assess their learning. So that's all students in grades 1 to 9. Secondly, students in grades 1 to 3 will sit diagnostics tests in mathematics, language arts, and integrated studies. And all students in grades 4 to 9 will sit diagnostic tests in mathematics, language arts, science, and social studies. And all students in grades 10 to 13 will be assessed using school-based tests based on the subjects the students are pursuing, which are aligned to their career paths. The diagnostic test is designed to indicate students' levels of understanding in response to each item on the test, which is based on the Pearson's distractor rational taxonomy. These levels of understandings are characterized in 4 tiers. 1, level 1, which is an indication of fundamental gaps in or lack of content knowledge. Responses really are typically based on common or loosely related knowledge. So this would be the lowest level. Or level 2, where there is basic knowledge of the content, where they are able to identify the relevant topics and so on, but they are really unable to apply it because their understanding is flawed. And level 3, the knowledge of generalizations of content and concepts are there, but they are inaccurate applications in specific cases. Level 4, which is the highest, where you would have from these students correct responses and they're able to apply the knowledge of the content and the concepts in the manner required by the team. On the completion of the diagnostics test, schools will receive the following information: analysis of individual students' responses, indicating both the level of response provided to each item for each student and a summary of the total number of responses at each level for each student. Will also receive the strands or clusters assessed in each subject. They'll also receive the number of items in each strand or cluster. In terms of the tiers, students with 70% or more of their responses at levels 4 and 3 will need little or no additional intervention support or tier 1 intervention. These students will be considered as ready to move on to the next academic stage. Students with 70% or more of their responses at levels 1 or 2 will require intensive ongoing intervention support or tier 3 intervention. Therefore, these students will be considered not ready to move on to the next academic stage. Finally, students with all other combinations of responses are to receive targeted intervention support or tier 2 intervention. These students will be considered as near ready. And so, as you have seen, the interventions will be designed according to the readiness as displayed by the outcome of these diagnostic tests. Modalities and resources. The Recover Smarter plan will be implemented through both face-to-face and online classes. Online support will be accessible and will be accessible both live and outside of the real-time range. Google Suits is to be utilized for this element of the program. The program benefits from the following: teacher support platform, additional staff, including the ability to engage final year teacher training institution students for intervention support as may be needed based on the number of groups. Online resources for students and parents, and government-funded in-person support in special cases. I come next to our National Summer School program. The ministry will begin the National Summer Schools program commencing July 5, using already existing performance data on the students to guide the initial engagement of students. When the diagnostic test data becomes available, this will be used to guide further support for summer school and beyond. The ministry has set out the analysis report for grade 9. This was sent out yesterday. The schools now have this data to begin planning for learning for these students. So we have provided the analysis report for all grade 9 students. So all schools would have had that yesterday, all the relevant schools. Tier 3 students are to be prioritized for face-to-face support, supplemented by online where available and accessible, guided by tutors who have been recruited for the program. Tier 2 students are to be facilitated online only, and they are guided by their classroom teachers. They're to be guided by their classroom teachers who may volunteer to assist or by tutors recruited by the ministry. Students will be grouped based on the tiered levels relative to existing data on performance and instructional needs. The ministry will be partnering with various service providers who will use their existing platforms to carry out the daily lessons and activities. As moderator, let me quickly touch on the area of tutor recruitment. The ministry's team and the service providers engaged by the ministry will identify, recruit, and deploy, one, available trained teachers who are willing to participate in the initiative as tutors. Two, available retired teachers as tutors. And three, available final year teachers, college students, as assistant tutors. Let me look now at our National Extra Lessons Homework Program. Ladies and gentlemen, major component of the Recover Smarter program is this National Extra Lessons or Homework Program. The Ministry of Education, Youth and Information, as a means of militating and mitigating against the effects of the learning loss experienced due to the COVID pandemic, is providing financial support for the development and implementation of the Extra Lessons or Homework Support Program. The objectives of this program are to reinforce the regular day program by, one, providing targeted opportunities for authentic learning and application for skills and knowledge that are taught during the school day. And so this is supporting learning in the day, the extra lesson supporting what was taught in that given day. Secondly, enhancing learning by providing experiences that the school day may not be able to adequately supply. Promoting also a model of learning that can ignite the interest and curiosity of students so that they can carry this excitement back to their regular classroom and building the confidence of the students, leading to improvement in day school class participation and enabling them to become self-directed learners. The National Extra Lessons Homework Program will be delivered primarily via online platforms, which will be commissioned by the Ministry of Education, Youth and Information. Service providers will be required to manage both online and face-to-face engagement. Then let me share with you now our virtual town hall meeting with parents. In order to get the public support and overall buy-in on this initiative, the Ministry of Education, Youth and Information will be hosting a virtual town hall led by the Minister for our National Summer School or Extra Lessons initiative this evening, June 30, 2021, at 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. This program specifically specifically will be focused on the national summer school, national extra lessons, and national homework program. And it will be presented and discussed in detail at the town hall. We invite you all and all our parents in Jamaica and guardians are invited to tune in and participate. Ladies and gentlemen, as we prepare for the upcoming school year in September, we do so mindful of the fact that COVID-19 is still with us. This means we will still have to consider continuing with mixed modality of online and in-person learning as we hope to widen our face-to-face educational engagement. Against this background, and in light of our theme, we have to continue our push to close the digital divide and enable as many students as possible to acquire devices and for the telecoms infrastructure to be improved to support this. This is a national effort. We do not have the luxury of closing our arms and cursing the darkness. We have to teach our children to work collaboratively, even when they may be miles apart from each other. The times call for creative and problem solving, not griping and complaining. We value the support of your friends. You've always been there for us, the Jamaica Diaspora Education Task Force, and we encourage you to rally your colleagues to help us in achieving our objectives. May I therefore extend best wishes for the remainder of your summit. Thank you, and God bless you all.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Berry. Excellent information, detailed and comprehensive. Okay, please know that we are on board and we plan to be there ready and waiting when you call on us. Let me take this opportunity to welcome your colleague, Mrs. Flowers, it is?
Yes.
Welcome,
Dr.
Mrs.
Clover Flowers, yes.
Clover Flowers, okay.
Thank you very much.
You have now joined the family of the ministry and the task force. Thank you so much. At this time, we have concluded the protocols of introductions and the formalities of our stakeholders and distinguished guests that are present. And we are now going to move on to our presenters who have answered our invitations to share their knowledge, their expertise, their ideas with all of us. And first up is a very young, energetic, and well-versed lady in her special topic. On the title of Recognizing and Managing Mental Health Problems in the Classroom, let me introduce Ms. Marcia Beaumont Amersing. She holds a master's degree in counseling in independently licensed drug and alcohol counselor in Massachusetts, Rhode Island, and Connecticut, is president of Renewal Sober Living and Counseling Services, LLC, president of Renewal Sober Living, and executive director of Renewal Integrative Psychotherapies, LLC. She started her own practice about 5 years ago, treating individuals and their families with the disease of addiction. Most recently, she started a partnership with others and opened a MASH certified 15-bed male sober house in Worcester to help with the continuum of care for the underprivileged homeless males. She plans to do similar opening for a female house. Marcia considers herself a strong, resilient, and dignified Black woman with so much to offer to our Black community. And you will agree with me when she's finished. Welcome, Marcia.
Thank you so much. Trying to cut. Okay, can you guys hear me now?
Yes, we hear you fine.
Okay, all right. So I'm gonna move to sharing my screen with you guys. I'm still hearing a feedback. Okay.
Oh, and make sure it's muted on this one. In the app.
Hold on one second.
Wait, turn the volume down on the other screen, on the other device. Turn the volume down all the way down on the other device. Hold on. Marcia, unmute. Turn the volume down. Turn the volume down on the other device.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, it's clear. Okay.
Yes. So let me go back to the beginning. So today I'm going to talk a little bit about recognizing and managing mental health problems in the classroom.
Whoa. Wait. It's screaming again. Turn it down. Turn the volume down on the other device. Turn it all the way down or disable the audio.
Okay, totally.
Wait.
Okay, let me get off this one.
Whoa.
I'm going to do that. I'm going to just turn this off. Can you hear me now?
Very clear, yes.
Perfect. Okay, so we're going to talk a little bit about managing mental illness in the classroom. And we know that with COVID, we've had an increase in mental illness, especially for the children who haven't been able to go to school. They've been isolated. Many people have been locked in homes with perpetrators. There's an increase in domestic violence, an increase in substance use disorder, just an increase in symptoms that can trigger other mental illness. So we know that this is a big concern. And for the teachers out there, I just want to say to you that even though I am practicing in the field of mental health right now, that I have actually been in the classroom before. So I know exactly the challenges that you face. I taught A-level psychology at Convent of Mercy and quality academics for years. So I'm very aware of some of the issues that you face in the classroom. All right, so I'll go into the definition of what is mental illness, because I know we do have a stigma about mental illness, and that's one of the things that we're trying to break right now is to, how do we break the stigma of mental illness? So mental illness are health conditions involving changes in emotion, thinking, or behavior. It's a health condition. And mental illnesses are associated with distress and/or problems functioning in social, work, or family activities. Now, there are different types of mental illness. I only have half an hour, so for the purpose of this presentation, I'm going to go into details with just a few, but I'm going to make mention of the different groups. So we have anxiety disorders, including panic disorder, obsessive compulsive disorder, and phobias. Those would be considered as fears. And we have depression or depressive disorders. So we have bipolar and other mood disorders in that category. We have eating disorders, personality disorders, post-traumatic stress disorder, which is a really, really big one, especially during COVID, and psychotic disorders, including schizophrenia. So I will be stressing anxiety disorders, depression. I look at post-traumatic stress disorder and a little bit on personality disorders. Let me go back to the slideshow. Okay. So what causes mental illness? Mental illnesses in general are thought to be caused by a variety of genetic and environmental factors. So we know genetically talk about inherited traits. Mental illness is more common in people with blood relatives or who also have mental illness. Certain genes may increase your risk of developing a mental illness, and your life situation might trigger it. So you might have a predisposition. However, there might be a stressor like a divorce or a death in the family, or just serious life incidences that occur that might trigger the mental illness. Certain infections have been linked to brain damage and the development of mental illness as well. For example, pediatric autoimmune neuropsychiatric disorder, PANDAS, associated with Streptococcus bacteria, has been linked with the development of OCD, obsessive compulsive disorder in children. Brain defects or injury, so defects in or injury to certain areas of the brain, have also been linked to some mental illnesses. Prenatal damage, so while mom is pregnant, some evidence suggests that a disruption of early fetal brain development or any trauma that occurs in the time of birth, for example, loss of oxygen to the brain, may be a factor in the development of certain conditions. And we know that lack of oxygen to the brain often happens during childbirth, the process of childbirth, right? Also, for persons who have autism spectrum disorder, they will have mental illness as well. Substance abuse, long-term substance use, in particular, has been linked to anxiety, depression, and paranoia. Other factors would include poor nutrition and exposure to toxins such as lead may play a role in the development of mental illness as well. So I'm going to look a little bit into anxiety disorders and how I'm going to first define what it is, what it presents as, and how we will see it in the classroom. And then give the teacher some strategy as to how they could manage that. So experiencing occasional anxiety is a normal part of our life. However, people with anxiety disorders frequently have intense, excessive, and persistent worry and fear about everyday situations. Often, anxiety disorders involve repeated episodes of sudden feelings of intense anxiety and fear or terror that reach a peak within minutes. So they'll end up getting like panic attacks sometimes. Now, how does that present in the classroom? Let me say this. According to National Institute of Mental Health, and this is, I didn't have any statistics on Jamaica. I'm pretty sure all over the world we're seeing an increase, especially since COVID. So I think these statistics that I'm going to be quoting are very pertinent as well to Jamaica. And according to National Institute on Mental Health, approximately 25% of teens between 13 and 18 years old have an anxiety disorder, and slightly less than 6% have a severe anxiety disorder. Many of these persons go misdiagnosed or undiagnosed because, most of us are not really paying attention to that. We might see the children having issues at school, but we will not probably attribute it to mental illness also because we have a stigma. So no one wants to label their child as mentally ill. That's just how it is all over the world. Anxiety presents in the form of school refusal, test anxiety, and social anxiety, unpredictable behaviors, such as missing class, or a student might be assumed to be lazy or irresponsible. Emotional changes. When a student is experiencing anxiety, it is common for them to constantly feel on edge and uneasy. They might find themselves getting easily irritated by small things that wouldn't normally bother them and can find it very difficult to concentrate. The student may also feel restless and may act out in unexpected ways to avoid a situation they perceive as threatening. For example, a student might purposely get kicked out of class before a quiz if they have test anxiety. So it's almost like they self-sabotage in a way to get kicked out because the anxiety level is so high before the test. Emotional changes can also include constant worrying, having overwhelming and irrational fears regarding everyday activities, consistent nervousness, and prevalent low self-esteem. We'll see social changes. So another key indicator of student anxiety are that the social changes occur. For example, A student with an anxiety disorder may suddenly stop engaging with friends and social activities altogether. They may start to find excuses as to why they can't make plans with others. Social anxiety usually begins around the age of 13, making it something middle schools and high schools can be vigilant about. And in Jamaica, it would be the high school because we don't have middle schools. Students with social anxiety will isolate themselves and start to spend the majority of their time alone. In some severe cases, selective mutism is a major sign of social anxiety. So they really stop talking on certain levels. It is very helpful for teachers and school staff to understand that these behaviors are not coming from a disobedient place, but that the student is struggling and most likely needs professional intervention. We'll see physical changes. So when it comes to physical changes, it's crucial to look for patterns rather than jumping to conclusions right away. Some physical changes can include headaches, dizziness, sweating, body or muscle aches, nausea, an upset stomach, excessive fatigue, change in diet, and unexplained illness. While a few sporadic headaches probably don't indicate student anxiety, teachers and staff should be aware that if they notice a pattern forming that can make an action plan to reach out to the student and offer support. We'll see sleep disturbance. Sleep is a huge part of the overall health and well-being of students. It's recommended that students begin the ages of 13 and 18 get 8 to 10 hours of sleep each night to function properly. And we know in this age that students really don't get a lot of sleep, especially the ones on video games. So we need to monitor that they actually do go to bed on time, they get enough sleep. A common effect of anxiety is that it can negatively impact sleeping habits. This can include having trouble falling asleep, staying asleep, nightmares, and waking up feeling tired. Many things can impact the sleep of children and teenagers, so it's important to look for recurring patterns that seem to be happening for no reason. We'll see poor school performance. A very common sign indicating student anxiety is poor school performance. Students who suffer from anxiety may miss school due to physical ailments brought on by the anxiety. We call it psychosomatic symptoms, and might have a hard time concentrating due to sleep disturbance and constant worrying. Signs to identify include a decrease in grades, frequently missed assignments, feeling overwhelmed by schoolwork, consistent procrastination, and difficulty focusing on tasks. Panic attacks are very common too. Certain individuals may experience panic to a certain degree, and others might not have panic attacks or panic disorder. Some cues to notice in students' behavior include sweating and body tremors. It's also important to take note if the student complains of dizziness, upset stomach, trouble breathing, chest pain, numbness in limbs, derealization, or feeling that they're dying, they could be going through a panic attack. Those are symptoms that could be misinterpreted for a heart attack in adults. But teachers need to be aware if the children are complaining of that, or adolescents, that they could actually be going through a panic attack. If a panic attack occurs in the classroom, teachers need to be prepared and understand how to handle the circumstance with care so as not to make the situation worse for the student. School refusal, as I mentioned earlier, is one of the most obvious signs of anxiety. This is when the student will go to great lengths to avoid school in every sense. School refusal can look like losing touch with their regular social circle, dropping out of extracurricular activities, skipping class, or just flatly refusing to go to school. In severe cases of student anxiety, school refusal can be so serious that it leads to the student dropping out of school temporarily or permanently. For the younger kids, we'll see temper tantrums, unpredictable behavior and tantrums. They might throw a fit so that they, when they're dropped off at school, which shows some form of separation anxiety. A student might also act out in class so that they can avoid an uncomfortable situation like taking a test or giving a presentation. It's important for teachers and school staff to see beyond these outbursts and, see the potential of something mentally occurring. I'm going to skip over these. to move on. So how would the teacher manage anxiety? Well, first you have to provide emotional support. Encourage the student to use self-calming or anxiety-reducing techniques that were taught by the counselor or therapist. I would assume that if the students are not seeing a therapist, that you would want to make a referral, speak to their parents about them being able to see a therapist or the guidance counselor at your school. Allow the student to have self-calming objects or family pictures on hand, building, call home breaks, that kind of stuff to be able to, especially for the little ones who suffer from separation anxiety. Let the student seek help from a designated staff member or mental health expertise when feeling anxious. The classroom setup, schedules, and routines. Provide classroom seating where the student is most comfortable, near a door, near the front of the room, near the teacher or a friend. Let the student sit near the back of the room or by an exit during assemblies. Assign the student a designated buddy for lunchtime, recess, or in the hallways. Allow preferential grouping for field trips so that the student is with the teacher or friends. And provide take a break pass to let the student walk down the hallway, get a drink, or leave the classroom when needed. I know this is a lot to ask when you have a really big classroom, but it's very, very helpful for that particular student suffering from that level of anxiety. Create a plan for catching up after an absence or an illness, for example, excuse missed homework or having a known time frame for making up work. Give advance notice of planned substitute teachers or other changes in routine, because if they're surprised, then they're gonna, be really anxious. Give the student notice and extra time before coming into transition, moving into a different class, before recess, lunch, rehearse transition in a private and a low stress environment. Give instructions and assignments, clearly state, write down the expectations and consequences, break down assignments into smaller chunks, check in frequently for understanding and emotional temperature. We call it emotional temperature. See when the anxiety is rising. Provide a signal before calling on the student and a signal for the student to opt out of answering. Because sometimes if you're going to call them on the class, that's going to make them much more anxious. Offer written instructions in addition to spoken directions. Exempt the student from reading aloud and demonstrating work in front of the class. Let the student present projects to the teachers instead of to the entire class. Allow use of word banks, cheat sheets, or fact cards for tests, if you can. I know that might be very, very difficult, and you don't want to give preferential treatment, but again, treatment should be individualized, and so factor in that the child is mentally ill. Provide class notes via school portal or for student to preview. Okay. I'm gonna, in the interest of time, I'm gonna move to post-traumatic stress disorder, because I think that that's really, really important. And then I come back to depression depending on the time that we have. Okay. So what is post-traumatic stress disorder? And I can tell you that once we're gone through this COVID, we're going to see an entire world suffering from PTSD. There's just significant trauma of losing people, trauma of not being able to see your friends, grief and loss, trauma because more people have been abused, trauma you've been, witnessing a lot of different maybe accidents at home, all that stuff, right? So post-traumatic stress disorder is a psychiatric disorder that occurs in people who have experienced or witnessed a traumatic event, such as a natural disaster or COVID pandemic, a serious accident or terrorist attack, war, combat, or rape, or any sexual assault or molestation, who have been threatened with death, any sexual violence, or any serious injury. People with PTSD, I'll use PTSD for short, have intense, disturbing thoughts and feelings related to their experience that last long after the traumatic event has ended. They may relive the event through flashbacks or nightmares. They may feel sadness, fear, or anger, and they may feel detached or estranged from other people. People with PTSD may avoid situations or people that remind them of the traumatic event, and they may have strong negative reactions to something as ordinary as a loud noise or an accidental touch. I know for people who have actually been in war, like the soldiers who have come back from Iraq or Iran or Afghanistan, they have severe PTSD. And so even with the 4th of July, when you have all the fireworks, that's a trigger. Just the noise reminds them of gunshots or stuff. I know in Jamaica, we have, communities that are riddled by violence and gunshots. And these children, when they come to school, they suffer from PTSD. A lot of them witness domestic violence and they come in and they suffer from PTSD. And so little things that can trigger them and cause flashbacks. So what are some common causes? I named a few earlier, but in addition, physical, emotional abuse, neglect and or abandonment, witnessing domestic violence, the death or loss of a loved one, life-threatening illness, life-threatening health situations or painful medical procedures, car accidents, bullying. Bullying is a really, really big one too, right? And how will we notice? What will we look for in the classroom? Feelings of helplessness and anxiety, difficulty expressing what's bothering them, loss of previously acquired skills. So we see more what we call regression. They are, regressing. They're gone back to an earlier stage of development. We'll see the need to play out traumatic events, sleeping and eating problems, persistent concerns over safety, constant retelling of traumatic event, feelings of guilt or shame, overwhelming fear of sadness, aggression and irritability, diminished attention or memory problems. We'll see them complain a lot about psychosomatic body pains, body aches. We'll see social avoidance, sleeping problems, especially with adolescents, self-conscious about emotional responses, concern over being labeled abnormal, withdrawals. We'll see them isolating, right? We'll see radical shifts in their perception, and we might see some self-destructive behaviors, like we might see them cutting or burning themselves or doing something else that's caused self-injurious behavior. So what do we do as teachers in the classroom? First, we have little screens that we can use. They're trauma screens. They're simple instruments that we can use to test for trauma, or I'm pretty sure most of our schools do have a guidance counselor who will be able to screen them for that, an initial screen and then a referral to a professional who treats trauma. Where we should implement culturally appropriate evidence-based assessments and treatment, provide resources for children, get the resources of, all the different agencies in the communities, in touch with families and providers who can impact their treatment. Build on strengths of children and families impacted by trauma, address parent and caregiver trauma, collaborate with, child serving systems and coordinate care for them, support staff by minimizing and treating secondary traumatic stress, which can lead to burnout. Especially for our teachers right now, we suffer from vicarious traumatization. We're heading for burnout because we've done so much and we've had to adjust over time. And so we have to bear that in mind, that we will suffer from trauma as well, or secondary trauma. I have about 3 minutes, so let me rush back to depression. Okay. So what's depression? The symptoms include feeling of sadness, tearfulness, emptiness or hopelessness, angry outbursts, irritability or frustration, even over small matters, loss of interest or pleasure in most of or all normal activities, such as sex, hobbies, or sports, sleep disturbances, including insomnia or sleeping too much. And so back to school now, what will that look like in school? We'll see behavioral problems. We'll see changes again in eating and sleeping habits, feelings of sadness or hopelessness, lack of interest in fun activities, low energy levels or general tiredness, irritability, significant weight loss or weight gain. And again, the feelings of guilt and just diminished concentration. So the attention will not be there. It's really important for teachers to give frequent feedback on academic, social, and behavioral performance. Teach the student how to set goals and self-monitor, teach problem-solving skills, coach the student in ways to organize, plan, and execute tasks daily or weekly. Develop modifications and accommodations to respond to the students' fluctuations in mood, ability to concentrate, or side effects on medication. And assign one individual to serve as a primary contact and to coordinate interventions. In the interest of time, I'm going to stop sharing my screen. And I know I did a crash course. I know it's a lot of information, but if you have any questions, if there were any questions in the chat, I am more than willing to answer them.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Clearly, not only teachers, parents, and all of us have to be so aware of others around us, particularly the younger ones. Most definitely. There is a question in the chat. I didn't put it there, but I wanted to know the answer as well. The question is, will training be provided for classroom teachers to be able to manage these disorders? You know, our teachers need to be aware. Do you know, I'm quite sure you would suggest that that is done.
Absolutely.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much, Ms. Amar Singh. And if any more questions arise, we will translate them to you. Okay. So moving on, we're now going to have a presentation on teaching children on the autism spectrum. And here is Tanisha Pascal Matthews. She recently completed a MED in Special Education Needs and Disabilities. She's currently Assistant Head Teacher, Inclusion, Senko, and Pupil Premium Lead. Her teaching career began as a mathematics and computer science teacher in Jamaica. Since moving to the UK in 2008, she has taught mathematics, been a KS3 coordinator in mathematics, and a deputy SENCO. Passionate about the care and services available to autistic children and their families, Ms. Pascal Matthews has 18 years of experience in the education sector. She recently launched a number of social media platforms to continue her autism awareness campaign under the headline, Spotlight on Autism, one of the many autism voices. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome, Tanisha Pascal Matthews.
Thank you for having me. Once again, I have a little bit of a difficulty with my voice because I've been experiencing bad hay fever in the UK. I don't know if you can hear me.
We hear you well. We hear you and see you very well.
Okay, great. Yeah. So I've been experiencing a bit of bad hay fever in the UK. So my voice is a little bit off today, but I couldn't miss the opportunity to speak on a topic that I'm really passionate about. So I'm going to share my screen and hopefully I can get it done because sometimes I'm not really good. Are you able to see the screen at the minute?
Yes, yes, we can see it. You can go ahead.
Okay, lovely. So, again, thank you for having me. So today I'll be talking about teaching autistic children. So to get going, I'm going to provide a definition of what is autism. I might need to move. Let's see how. I'll try to minimize that. So autism is a spectrum, is a spectrum of different disorders, and it's a neurodevelopmental disorder, and it's marked by impairments in social communication, restrictive and repetitive behaviors, as well as differences in sensory and information processing. Now, in terms of speaking with families, a lot of families will see that as a formal definition, a book definition, what's written, but autism to many families, it's sleepless nights, it's trying to get professional support for their children, it's lack of support, it's lack of school places, it's tiredness, and sometimes it's lack of hope. But on the other hand, there are families who've had some really positive stories. And for my family, it's a positive story as well, because we've had the early diagnosis and we've had the support and we have the school placement. So autism, while it's quite challenging and it's a complex disorder for us, and I can't say it's easy because I would be lying. It's been challenging, but seeing the progress has brought us so much happiness. So in terms of our journey with autism, I'm a mother of two autistic boys. In April, it was Autism Awareness Month, and my family was featured in the Jamaica Gleaner. I think we were in the Gleaner the last week in April. So my oldest son, Jaden, he's going to be 11 on Sunday, 4th of July. He was diagnosed with autism just before turning 3 years old. And my youngest son, younger one, Ethan, he's going to be 5 in 2 weeks, and he's also autistic. Now, in terms of our journey, I tend to call it chapter 1 and chapter 2 in terms of the autism. So Jaden, nonverbal until he was almost 3. No, diagnosed when he was almost 3 and started talking when he was almost 8 years old. Ethan, almost 5, but he's still nonverbal, doesn't follow a lot of instructions, and he's attending a specialist school. So in terms of the support that we've had and the early diagnosis, I am someone who speaks about autism all the time. I am someone who doesn't see autism as a label. I see autism, when a child is diagnosed, as a signpost that can explain to different individuals what support the child might need. A label is something that you put on a tin. I mean, a child having a diagnosis, because I don't think we'd ever call an asthmatic person having a label, or someone who is diabetic seeing it as a label. I see it as a diagnosis. And I know that within our community here in the UK, BME, as they would say, Black and other ethnic minority, as well as the Caribbean, that there's a stigma attached. And so parents, some families, not all, so I don't want to generalize, but some families find it difficult to talk about autism. And that's one of the reasons I want to go out there and talk about our journey and to have these social media platforms. But today I'm talking about how we can support autistic learners. So it's not about my story at this point, it's how we can support autistic learners. And before I get into how we can support autistic learners, there is a quotation that says, if you know one person with autism, you know one person with autism. And that's a good starting point, because there isn't a recipe, there isn't a formula, there isn't a sheet that will cover all autistic individuals. And I can tell you that for my two boys, they're both autistic, and there's some things that's common, but in general, they're quite different. So when a child is diagnosed with autism, I think initially families might find that they're not speaking, and that might be the first indicator that a child could be autistic. So there are different characteristics, different impairments. So the first one I'm going to look at is communication. So a number of autistic students are late talkers. As I said, my oldest son started talking when he was 8, and my 5-year-old is still not, almost 5-year-old is still not yet talking. So in terms of communication, so differences in understanding and expressing communication and language, with skills ranging from individuals who are highly articulate to others who may be nonverbal. Good language skills may mask a deep level of misunderstanding. So they're autistic children who will have zero issues with talking. And in fact, they will speak with such high language skills, like On Sunday, I was in the kitchen trying to get some stuff done, and my son was outside, and he came. The one that's 10, he was trying to open the door, and he said, "Just my luck, it's locked." I mean, 2.5 years ago, he wasn't talking, but he has now developed a good language. I don't even speak like that. I have a language difficulty. I have a bit of a speech issue myself, but his communication now is quite good. So someone that's autistic might have issues with communication. They might also have issues with social understanding. So in terms of social understanding, differences in understanding social behavior and the feeling of others, which informs the development of friendships and relationships. And we know that many autistic children struggle to make friends. Some student might find them, and in quotation, I don't like that word, they might find them weird, they might find them different, they might have their own interests that they want to talk about all the time, and they don't want to divert to something else. And so sometimes children they don't have the time to accommodate that. Or you might be talking and an autistic student might come, don't say excuse or anything, and start asking you a question. They don't pick up certain things, or they might be quite direct in how they speak. It's in their head, it comes out. They're not trying to be rude, but they sometimes don't understand how you are going to be feeling in the situation. So they are quite direct in how they speak. They're not trying to be rude, but can be quite direct. So in terms of the classroom situation, what would be expected? And what I would say, give students time. If you're giving an instruction, give them time to respond and to switch between tasks. Reduce your language, particularly when a student is in distress. So you can call their name, you can pause, and you can give the instructions. So, Tanisha, could you sit, please? Or not a lot of words at times. I did a speech and language training a few years ago, and I was told that I need to give instructions in the order that I need something to happen. So at the end of lessons, teachers will say, "You're going to lunch after you've packed up." So instead of saying something like that, you say, "You pack your things, stand behind your chair, and then we're going," rather than telling them at the start that they're going and these are the actions that need to happen before they go. Give instructions in the order that you want them to happen. Pack your things, stand behind your desk, and then we're going to go. Always use a calm tone of voice and measured expression when you speak to autistic learners. Some of them are quite what people would say sensitive. So always use a calm voice. Repeat instructions using the same words. Avoid generalizations. Avoid sarcasm. Check for understanding and be patient. So that I teach maths now to a small group of 12 students. And when I'm checking learning, I have students who are low ability students, students who would have performed in the bottom 5–10% in the country within their year group. And what we tend to do is to make sure that we break the task down into small bits, but also we check for understanding. So a student might have some work to get done, and I might ask, "Could you explain to me what you need to do?" And if they can explain what the task is about, more than likely that's a starting point. But if they can't explain it, if they don't know what it's all about, then more than likely they can't access. So always check for understanding that, it's clear what you want them to do and what you've asked them to get on with. In terms of a meltdown, and I use the word meltdown because some people might misinterpret a meltdown for a tantrum. So within the autistic community, we don't talk about a tantrum. A tantrum is linked to bad behavior. A tantrum indicates that the young person has made a choice to behave in an inappropriate way. But many autistic children have what we call a meltdown, because they're finding the environment, they're finding what's being said quite difficult. And then they have to self-regulate. And it takes a bit of time for them to self-regulate and to be able to cope within the environment. So the environment is quite difficult for some students. Within my school, there are students who can't eat in the canteen because of the smell. And I'm going to speak a little bit about that when I look at sensory processing disorder that's linked to autism. So that might cause a meltdown. They might say something, noise. When I go to the mall, my boys don't necessarily like to go into the stores. It's too busy, it's too bright, it's too colorful, too much sounds. So that might cause a meltdown for my younger son. My oldest son, he has never had a meltdown. So as I said, autism is different for individuals. So remove demands, give space, ensure student is in a safe environment, and calm and reassuring. Avoid questioning what's the matter. And all that, I've learned this, another quote, I love quotes. You can't teach a person to swim while they're drowning. So if a child is having a meltdown, that's not the time to teach the behavior that you are. So you can't teach a person to swim while they're drowning. So reduce the instructions that you're giving. And you can know, if the young person is not in danger, if the young person is not a danger to themselves, to someone else, then I would say give them space and allow them time to calm down. So in terms of sensory processing, and this is differences in perceiving sensory information. You have hypo, which is low sensitivity, hyper, which is high sensitivity, touch, sight, hearing, smell, taste, vestibular inner ear balance, and proprioceptive body awareness. So again, I'm using my two boys as example. Jaden has a really high threshold for pain. So if he falls over, picks himself up, gets going. Ethan, if you walk 1 centimeter past him, he probably can feel that you've gone past him and he'll cry, a simple little touch, and he might cry. So he has a low threshold for pain. And I remember a few years ago when I tried to get a tutor for Jaden before he started speaking, and the tutor came in, it's a version of ABA, but I don't believe fully in ABA because of the intensity of it. I like B.F. Skinner reward, the reward bit rather than more like a punishment. So someone came into our home to offer a more positive version of ABA, and she had to be changing the targets every week because Jaden was making really good progress. He wasn't talking. And she said to me, save your money and get him a sensory integration OT, because if we can get him to settle down and to focus, he will start learning. And so what he needs what they call a sensory diet. So if they're getting really hyperactive, put them in the wheelbarrow position, a few up and down exercises, trampolining, just various exercises that they can do, bounce the ball. There are various things. You can Google sensory diet for children who are overly active, or an OT. I don't hear a lot about OTs as it relates to autism, but they play a vital role in supporting students with sensory processing disorder that's linked to autism. And as I said, there are students who will be affected by sound and smell and taste, and some of them can't sit in the canteen. So if schools have rule that you must eat in this location, then it's only right that a child shouldn't be punished for their disability. You're punishing someone because they're disabled. And so them having to sit there because it's the rule, that's punishing. So it's making reasonable adjustments that I'll talk about, but these are issues that will affect some autistic learners. So students can be over or undersensitive to stimuli relating to hearing, touch, taste, smell, and sight, avoid busy worksheets, incorporate movement breaks between activities, and access to a quiet area. So even in our external exams, I'm the exam specialist teacher in my school. So I administer standardized testing to provide extra time, scribe, reader, movement break within the exam. So students might be doing their GCSE and they will stop in the middle of it, put their pen down, we stop the clock, they go outside with the invigilator. So they're always being supervised. They get 5 minutes break and then it's called rest break, and then they get back into the exam. That's reasonable adjustment. It doesn't affect the grades of other students. It doesn't increase the grade of the student, but what you've provided for that student is what we call reasonable adjustment. So again, that's something that can be done. Quiet fiddle toys. We have fidget stuff at my school. Leave classrooms early to avoid busy corridors. The noise in the corridor can be quite difficult for some autistic children. So within my school, I'm the special needs coordinator. So I meet with the speech therapist, the educational psychologist, and so on, and I'll write a plan. In the US, I think it's called IEPs and so on. And teachers then follow that plan to put support in place for students. There's students in my school who needs to leave less than 5 minutes early. And I won't call it privileges, with the adjustments that we make, it comes with certain responsibilities that they're not going to abuse it. They're not going to go to another lesson and start making faces outside of classrooms and so on. But these are reasonable adjustments that we'll put in place for students. So in terms of apps that staff can use, so Prolo to go, it's quite popular. It's a little bit expensive. It's 249 US. But that app, what you can do with that app. So in terms of the journey for my for Jaden, he started out with eye pointing, pulling us to where he wanted us to go, sign language that he learned, using PEX, which is a picture exchange system. So if he wanted banana chips, which he eats Jamaican banana chips every day for the last 5 to 6 years, he would get a picture and he would hand it to my husband or I to say, I want banana chips. So he used a picture exchange system. We would have a number of pictures saved and he would exchange them for whatever he needed because he was now communicating. So you can communicate without speaking. You just need the tools. But then we moved up to what we call a Prolo to go, and it's a software. And on it, you can then have all those pictures electronically. And then you can create sentences from pictures. So say, he'll have a picture of my face, dad's face, and so say, Mom, I want banana chips. And then it went from him using pictures, electronic pictures, to Prolo to go will help you to type sentences. So when we're in Jamaica in 2017, he wasn't talking. He said, I love Jamaica. It's my holiday home. So he couldn't speak, but he could type that. And that's what we had in that Prolo to go app. There's another app, Camboards Lite, and it's similar to Prolo to go. So you can save pictures and the child can create sentences, or they can start typing in words. There's language therapy for kids. There is Endless Reader. One of the first steps in learning to read is recognizing sight words, which are some of the most commonly used words in children's books. Endless Reader begins here, teaching children the words most important to develop reading skills. Then you have Avaz Lite, quite similar. It's an AAC, so it's quite similar to Prolo to go. You have Speech Blobs, and it's a voice control speech therapy app that helps kids learn first sounds, words, and sentences. And there's a book creator, and the one that I've left at the very one at the bottom, Autism Apps, I should have told you about that one first, because that app, when you click on that app, it gives you So many apps relate. So all the apps that I've listed before, they will be listed on that app. It's like a directory of autism apps. So those are some of the apps that you can use. Now, in terms of reasonable adjustments for autistic learners, pupil passport to provide useful information for all the staff. And you must provide information not just to teaching staff, because students will need to go to the canteen. Students will need to be speaking to, if we have security guards at the gate, and they might see the student as being rude or so. So staff in general should know about students who are on the spectrum within the school. There should be exam dispensations, so extra time, rest breaks, scribe. Many autistic children have really poor handwriting. I know this based on the students that I work with and even within my home. Adjustment to school policies, ensuring equality. Again, you cannot punish a need. You cannot punish someone for their disability. So a school might have a policy that students should arrive at 8:20. But a psychiatrist, psychologist have explained that this autistic child keeps closing their door at home 5, 10 times, 30 times, and parents trying to get them out of the house, and they keep doing that, and it's hard to get them in the car and all of that stuff. You have to take that into consideration, that this is not a child on purpose deciding, I'm not coming in early, and you have to show some support. Support, not judgment, to families. Because dealing with an autism diagnosis is quite difficult in itself. And then you have to deal with all the judgment that comes with it, which then creates all the stigma. So think about what reasonable adjustments can be made for the child and what reasonable adjustments can be made for families. I know that I'm now close to my probably another 7 minutes. Withdrawal from specific lessons like PE. I've spoken about late arrival or early exit to lessons, a queue pass at lunch or break time. So queuing is a problem for my boys. And so when I'm traveling to Jamaica or elsewhere, when I go to my doctor, when I do any of that stuff, when I go to a theme park, I have a letter that says that they find it difficult to queue, only because they keep going to the front or they keep going on the floor. And then as a full-time carer, I'm having to constantly trying to get them to behave appropriately. Typically, everybody's looking at what's going on. This child doesn't have any behavior. And so within the UK and elsewhere, they make reasonable adjustments for autistic children, that if they find it difficult to queue, that they can skip the queue. So I always skip the queue traveling home, or if I go to see the doctor and there are 20 people waiting, I won't wait. There are 2, 3 people going or 2 before I get to going, because they can see that it's quite difficult keeping them calm within an environment that they're not struggling with, because there are too many people and they're finding that difficult. The colors, the noise, the sensory bit. So again, it's making adjustments for the disability rather than discriminating against that. You're not trying to give them a favor, because if they're typical, you wouldn't need to put that in place. It's not a favor, it's an adjustment, and it's reasonable. Part-time timetable, lunch club, staff training, that's vital, so that, because a lot of staff they want to do the right thing, but they don't have the information, they don't have the training. And so a lot of times that I've done these sessions, and the questions that I get after is, people actually want the training and they want to make reasonable adjustment. They want to make a difference to families who are going through a lot. They want to be the person that can put that smile and parent on the face of parents and so on, and the child, and make life that bit easier for them. It's not easy, it's quite complex, but there's a lot that we can do to support families and children. Now, in terms of some recommended websites, and most of these are from the UK, there's Chatterpack, And Chatterpack, if you write that down, if you go on Chatterpack, you have resources, speech and language, OT, differentiated worksheets. There'll be 50, 100. It's like there's so many resources there that you can find. Then in the UK, there's the Autism Education Trust. If you want to audit your provision to say, what are we doing? What can we do? And what are the suggestions? I don't know if it's free in Jamaica, but they have a lot of resources there. I actually used their website when I was doing my master's degree to create my questions for the research I was doing. And then there's a friend of mine, Gareth Morewood. He has a lot on his website. And if you want to see a video on YouTube that shows a little about autism and how a person on the spectrum might experience a typical trip outside the house to the mall, then look at that 4 minutes intro autism. Amazing things happen. It's on YouTube. And again, you can find me and one of many autism voices on Facebook. On Instagram, it's spotlight.on-autism. And my oldest son, which I manage, I post everything there, genuinely_Jaden. So that's the website that I have there. I thank you so much for listening. And again, you can, one of many autism voices, you can reach me there. Thank you so much. And now I need to figure out how to stop sharing.
Thank you, Ms. Pascal Matthews. You are amazing. You are a volume of real experience and understanding. Congratulations. I have a question here for you.
Thank you.
If nutrition plays an important role in autism, should our school lunches be adjusted in our canteens? Or would it depend on
it depends. So it depends, because it's a personal choice. What you don't want to do is to create a general rule that's going to affect hundreds of children for the benefit of probably 5. So I did gluten-free with my oldest son. He doesn't need gluten-free, but I've been told based on my research that it would help for 2 years. And I did realize that he was much calmer. I don't know if, I know that he probably has played a part in how he was developing and progressing. What you want to do is to be able to make the adjustment that it's available for students who would want it, but not something that's done generally for all the students. Because what you don't want to do is to take away the rights of others in terms of what they would want to facilitate the few, but you want to be able to facilitate the few.
Thank you. Yes, well, as I said, that makes sense. Okay, but I find your presentation so amazing and interesting, you know, and your commitment and your passion to autism. I know it's a lot of it is personal, and thank you so much. Really appreciate that. Okay, we're going to move on. We're going to move on to our next presenter, and the topic is understanding education policy. Ladies and gentlemen, to present is Ms. Judy Villeneuve-Dice. She is a champion for the 1.1 million New York City public school students who work for the New York City Department of Education. She's currently serving as Director of Policy and Engagement in the Office of the Chief Academic Officer. Ms. Villeneuve-Dice previously served as Director of Compliance Services within the Office of the General Counsel, and she also served as Director of Operational Policy and Research to the Deputy Chancellor of Operations, in each case ensuring that public schools met federal, state requirements and chancellor priorities. She was awarded her BA in Communications from New York University and her MA in International Affairs Governance, Rights, Statistics from the Milano School of Policy, Management and Environment within the School of Public Engagement at the New School. Ms. Villeneuve-Dice also earned the Leading for Excellence and Equity Certificate from Harvard Graduate School of Education. She is a member of Mensa, the International High IQ Society. Ms. Villeneuve, welcome to our presentation this afternoon.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be here. I want to thank you, Ms. Carlene Largy, as well as Mr. Evan Thompson, Dr. Mark Nicely, JTA Secretary General, Permanent Secretary, Dr. Grace McLean, as well as my distinguished fellow speakers today. It's a pleasure to be here. So we're looking at a lot of very detailed information and learning a lot about individual students with different needs and how they're being met on the ground level. So taking it from the perspective of educational policy is taking a very aerial view about how all of the systems work in order to be able to support the education that takes place in the classroom. So I'm going to begin by sharing my screen and take you through for the sake of time, I'm going to do it as quickly as I can so we can all still have a break. Let's see here. All right. Okay, is everyone seeing my screen?
Yes, we are.
Perfect. All right, wonderful. So I'm going to begin by just taking you through what it is this presentation will cover. We're going to go into what is educational policy, just very briefly, because a lot of people working in schools are familiar with the fact that policy affects their lives in some way or another in regards to the kind of work that's being done in the classroom. But we're going to talk a little bit about why education policy is what it is and what the core definition is. We're also going to look at education policy within education systems, education outcomes and available resources, and give you some facts and figures to review, as well as key factors explaining policy dynamics, and then we will conclude our presentation. So let's begin with the very general definition of what education policy is. Education policy is a specification of principles and actions related to educational issues, which are followed or which should be followed, and which are designed to bring about a desired goal. Now, the very simple answer to this is education policy is our rules, different ideas around how to control the action of people, the outcome, and the results. So what does that mean? It means that the kind of education, as you know, that a child receives will impact the probability and the chances they have to fulfilling certain educational roles in society or industrial roles. Whatever the roles may be, they are going to be based on the level of education typically that child has obtained. Now, education policy within the education system has several component parts. We are usually talking to the individual participants, who are, of course, our teachers, our parents, our principals, and our social workers, right? These are the individual, and I know there are lots of other members of a school community, but when we're talking about individual participants, we're speaking about those individuals at the school-based level. Then we have instructional settings and learning environments. This is the actual structure in which a student learns, in which the educational activities take place. So this is very operational. What is the building like? What are the resources in the building? What kinds of opportunities are available? The books that are available in the library, the technology that's being used, the food that's being served to students, as was mentioned, is an integral part of what is going to be able to assist students in learning. So all of these component parts are what makes up the institutional setting of that learning environment. Then we have our educational institutions and providers of educational services. So these are two different stakeholders. The educational institution, for example, the one in which I work, is the New York City Department of Education. That is a culmination of administrators who have a great deal of education about overseeing the entire system and trying to ensure that on the school-based level, that principals and teachers have what they need in order to be successful. Then you have all the different consulting services and providers that we work with in order to make that happen. So for example, in the virtual educational environment, we had to tap into a lot of different, and everybody has, a lot of different services provided by people that focused on curriculum for virtual learning, right? So we had to engage in a lot of different relationships with them in order to meet the academic and educational needs of our school systems. So that's the role that we're talking about there. And the education system as a whole is the components of everything within those systems. Now, what is affecting all of those different components of the educational system? It's the available resources and differences in policy. So I'll go into more detail about that. So here we are, key factors explaining policy dynamics. We have two primary inputs. You have available resources and you have differences in policy. So resources, we can just chalk that up to finances, right? So what is the GDP of the country? How much money is the country at large dedicating to education, for example? And what is the human capital? What is the skill set of those individuals within that country that are available to be able to generate income? So that is the goal of education. We want to create individuals within every educational system who can generate income to some capacity, because that is going to sustain our economics, right? That's going to increase or place us in a place of whether or not we're a low earning country, a middle earning country, or a high earning country, right? It all depends on the amount of education that our population has been able to attain. Then we have differences in policies. Now, policies come out of institutions. They can also be political, and they can also be cultural. So I'll go into more detail about that. Okay, so economic explanations is where I want to begin. Again, we are talking about what money is available in order for us to be able to move our education system forward. So with globalization, we have increased the need for education that is going to extend beyond the borders of our country. So that's going to have an impact on the finances that are dedicated to implementing educational programs, because now we need technology that is going to be able to reach all the different international organizations and systems so that we can remain competitive. When our entire universe, I guess you could say, depended on us being able to sustain our country and our country alone, in the sense of creating jobs and creating opportunities for our communities exclusively, then we didn't have to delve into international areas of competency as much, because we could sustain ourselves. But as globalization continues, all of the different things that we need and that we're exchanging globally in order to be able to not only invest in other countries, but also to be able to bring food and different resources into our country, as those exchanges increase, our demand on our communities within our countries has to increase in their education about how to do that successfully. So you have international economic competition is what I'm speaking about, because if we're producing a good that we want to sell to another country, there might be other countries, of course, that are selling that same product. So we need to be aware of the impact that that has on our ability to be able to compete in the international market. So again, what does this speak to? It speaks to our education about the market is crucial to our ability to be able to compete in that market. So that's another area of education that we want to have as a society. Then you have dramatic demographic changes. Now, when we're talking about dramatic demographic changes, we're talking about immigration in some instances. We're talking about changes to the environment that are impacting whether or not certain products can grow. But all of these things are grounded in education, specifically in regards to this, that has to do with either agriculture or competitive skill sets that are coming into the country, giving competition to local inhabitants for similar jobs. Then you have, of course, changes in science and technology. Changes in science and technology happen so quickly that it creates a challenge to compete in the global market when a country doesn't have enough money per se to be able to keep up with those changes, right? So we have to come up with ways in order to be competitive. If that means producing some sort of a product that is similar and competitive, or working with cooperative countries that are giving us access. So that's another way of understanding business. That's another demand for business skills. Then you have challenges in societies in transition. Now, we can always refer to societies in transition to those moving from one earning capital to another. So if we're talking about countries that were low earning countries moving into middle earning countries, then those changes in those transitions, as they increase the skill sets that are being generated, the education that is in demand has to also increase. So for example, I'm going to use Jamaica as an example, that's fitting. Amazon had discovered that we have a beautiful speaking voice, and we're able to sell products, and we're able to provide technical services for all of the many people that call Amazon for customer support. So that created an entire industry for us in transition to meeting the needs of a major international conglomerate that allowed us to be able to expand economically and compete globally. So that's just a small example of how Jamaica is participating in that global transition. And we are also, as a society, increasing our viability and improving economically as a result of those skill sets and those international partnerships. So all that says is that all of these changes and impacts require new educational standards. It requires the society to be able to stay in line and to keep up with demands that keep them competitive and keep them earning. Okay, so we have a very quick example here. Countries decide how their population is going to be educated because they have a vision ultimately about the way in which they want their inhabitants to participate in not only their local society, but also on an international scale. So Bologna, in their declaration, their goal is to reflect a search for common European answers to common European problems. Now that is their issue. That's what they want their education to be focused on. And the component parts within their education system, for example, are the growth and diversification of higher education, the employability of their graduates, because we know in Jamaica there was a time where you had a lot of very highly educated people in the 60s and the 70s, but the amount of higher education, tertiary education that was available locally was not as readily available. So this created an exodus for a lot of very high performing professionals that have traveled to England, Canada, and the United States during that time in order to pursue higher education. So creating opportunities for them outside of the United States to not only achieve their education, but unfortunately we lose a lot of intellectual property as a result of their departure, right? So what ends up happening is that the remaining people in the country also need to be developed. And then we have the benefit now of a lot of returning Jamaicans coming back and investing into the economy. So ultimately it's been a benefit, but there was a time where that was a drain on the economy and on the development of the country as a result of losing all of this intellectual capital. Then we have the shortage of skills in key areas. Of course, this is something that every country like Bologna is focused on, because in areas of shortage, that means there's high demand, and where there's high demand, there's more economic benefits. It means they're going to pay more for those skill sets. So education in this regard directly impacts this particular development in order to increase the probability of individuals in that country being able to earn more as a result of filling a demand for a shortage area. And then finally, the expansion of private and transnational education, which I mentioned earlier. As transnational education increases and schools are available for people to attend outside of their home country, what ends up happening is not only can they be a part of it, and if those of you who are familiar with immigration in the United States, they have J-1 visas. My parents came to the US, my father came to the US on J-1 visa, where the country issues visas to allow you to go to a foreign country, learn a higher education specialty area, and then it requires you to come back and spend 2 years in your home country in order to share that information. That the idea behind that is to help grow the economy and share knowledge that's going to benefit the society at large. So these are the economic implications and explanations that directly impact education policy. Now, we also have key factors explaining policy dynamics, two of which are political explanations and institutional explanations. So I'm going to go directly into political explanations. I have a couple of very general statements here. Partisan control may affect educational spending levels. Interest groups may affect education reform. So two very recent examples here in the United States is, for example, Trump, when he was in office, he was adverse or opposed to implicit bias training. Implicit bias training is something that was pervasive throughout the United States following the George Floyd death and all of the political movements to protest that death. What ended up happening and the direct impact that this had on education was that those institutions, those educational institutions that were practicing or participating in implicit bias training, they were denied money for education purposes unless or on the condition that they stopped providing implicit bias training. So that's very important. So even something that has absolutely nothing to do with the everyday run-of-the-mill education that happens in the classroom, when there is a strong political opinion from the higher authority that dictates the money that is being disseminated to schools, it can directly impact, and in this case did in fact impact dramatically the programs that were taking place in schools because of the fact that they didn't have money as a result of trying to meet these other social demands, which is to try to at least expose implicit bias so that there could be less of it in the school system among administrators as well as in classrooms. Then another example of a political explanation where the money was affected. Biden in, let's say 3 or 4 months ago, said that he wanted really to get schools opened again. We needed to really move forward and make sure that our kids are getting the education that they need. We all know as educators that the best education is education that takes place in the classroom, although virtual education is a really nice substitute. Our students with disabilities, second language learners, all of these students really suffered during this time, especially our low-income students that didn't have access to whether or not they were given tablets, because they were in fact just many tablets, have hundreds of thousands of tablets have been distributed, but we all know that that doesn't work very well if you don't have the internet bandwidth in order to be able to actively and successfully engage in that education. So Biden provided a lot of money to schools, and schools reopened in New York City and across the country very quickly because they would receive the money if they opened the schools at a minimum of 4 days a week. So this is an example of how politics happening in the White House here in this case directly impacts educational outcomes that are happening on the ground in schools. Then you have institutional explanations. So this has to do with the degree of centralization of political authority, size and complexity of an educational system, and whether or not there's inertia of education establishments. So I'll give you one example here in New York City. The governor originally maintained all executive power for administering what happens in schools at the school level in New York City. But we had the mayor, prior to the mayor that we have now, he had gotten permission to have that authority centralized, and it's been inherited by our current mayor, who's on his way out, Bill de Blasio. And what that allowed him to do is be able to make decisions on a local level for New York City that would progress New York City issues and outcomes and the benefits for New York City. That was based on the idea that, of course, somebody in Albany, which is the capital, but quite far from New York City, wouldn't have eyes on what's going on in New York City schools in order to be able to successfully lead that charge. So that's how centralization and institutions can be affected or affect education plans and policy that happened on every level of the education system. So we have cultural explanations. So the importance of public attitudes. A lot of, I'm going to use George Floyd again, after the George Floyd death and all of the politics and that came after that, a lot of schools decided that they were going to teach African American history. And this became a very predominant part of the education. And you saw it on the walls of the schools. You saw what was happening in a way that really was very comforting for those of us of African descent, of course. However, since then, there's been a huge backlash here in the United States where multiple cities, at least 28 cities, states, sorry, have filed so far to limit education in regards to race and ethnicity, slavery, and African American history. States are deciding now whether or not this kind of education is necessary or even allowed to happen in schools. So we have a lot of teachers here in the United States that are now confronted with a curriculum that requires education on slavery, but then they're faced with the conundrum of how do I teach this if I have a law that says there's certain words and certain parts of the education that I can no longer teach on these topics. So that's how the public attitudes and reactions to public events affect what takes place in the classroom. And then you have prevailing ideology in countries. And this varies, right? So I'm not going to go into this because it's very specific to countries at large. But we all know that in a country where, and this is what I love about Jamaica, is because Jamaica is filled with mostly Jamaicans. So we share common goals, we share common values, everybody's very committed to education. And so our goals around education are very specific to the success of our students. And we hold our teachers and our principals in very high regard as a result of that, because we realize that this is empowering and it helps our economy and it makes us all very proud to be successful on a variety of levels. Now, if you want to compare this ideology to the ideology around education during slavery, slavery was an economic system that couldn't survive without slave labor. So during those times, there were laws that prevented the education of African peoples, right? Because the role that they needed to play was very specific. It's a role that did not require an education. And in fact, education would threaten that role. So we need to understand that depending on the time, the century, the era, it's going to affect the ideology of the country in regards to how they disseminate education. And in the United States, of course, we have a lot of pockets of poverty in areas where they're not receiving quality education for a variety of reasons, where we have other areas in more affluent areas where the education is actually more quality and the trajectory of those students are more likely to succeed at achieving tertiary education and beyond. So that being said, we need to understand that when we talk about policy and we talk about all of these component parts that impact policy, it's also about understanding that the powers that be use education to identify and determine the outcome of individual populations and to identify where their roles are best suited for the needs of that country. So and I'm going to show you some data that explains this, and it's always dependent on the economic standing and relationships that those countries have with other countries as far as fulfilling demands, certain demands. Okay. So culturally based, I'm going to skip this in the sake of time. Okay, so here we are. Just generally, this is the conclusion of the narrative around this information. But I'm going to show you data. Just want you to know that the economic, political, institutional, and cultural components, that equals the entire educational system plus policy, educational outcomes, and resources that impact what that educational system looks like. Okay, so now we're going to talk very quickly about education outcomes, because that's why we're doing this. We provide education to students because we want them to have certain outcomes. It's not for the sake of just learning. It's about making an impact in the society in which you live, to improve the standing of your own family, to be able to contribute to society at large, and in general, to improve the economic standing of our country. So if you can see this, we have the Czech, I'm going to compare the Czech Republic, which is a middle income country, to Mexico. So the circle is the number of people who have achieved below upper secondary education. The triangle is who is achieving tertiary education, and the X is upper secondary education. So mind you, I want to be very specific. The education that we receive is what is dependent on the kinds of services that people can provide and the kinds of money that they can earn as a result of those services. So considering upper secondary education, which is high school, in the Czech Republic, 70% of their population is achieving high school, finishing high school. Only about 23% are going to college, and very few are stopping at upper secondary, below upper secondary. Very few are stopping there. Now, compared to Mexico, the majority of Mexicans, that's 60% on this graph, achieve only below upper secondary education. They have a minimum of, I guess you could say it's about 19% who actually go to college. And then just a little above that, let's say that's 22% that finish high school. Now, if we know anything about these two countries, we know that in the Czech Republic, they're doing a lot of technology-based work. It requires skilled labor, but it doesn't require an education from a tertiary institution. Now, what we also know is that in Mexico, it's very agricultural. And because it is agricultural, it doesn't require either high school or tertiary education. Since their economy is based on agriculture, we have a example here of 60% of their population only receiving below or under upper secondary education. So I just want to show you how education is directly correlated with the kinds of services that a country provides. Okay. Now we're going to talk about Jamaica a little bit. We're going to go back to the data that we had from 1999 to 2004, just to give you a grounding in how far we have come. What we have here is 10,000 students that are male had completed primary school during that period, but only 20 had not, sorry, and 20,000 girls had not. So 10,000 males had not completed primary school, and we're going to always see this trend here that there's always more women that are not completing their education. So 20,000 females had not completed primary school aged education. Then as we move up, then we have lower secondary school age males. 30,000 had not completed school, had actually dropped out. And then we had, in comparative to that same age range, we had lower secondary schools. We have closer to 35,000 girls were not completing. And then as we continue to move up, we have upper secondary school age males. between 40 and 50,000, let's say 50,000, had not been completing upper secondary education during that time, and a whopping almost 80,000, if you look here, of females had not finished high school during that period. Now, in our most recent data, which we have a lot to be proud of, is that there has been a considerable reduction in the difference between educational attainment between the poorest in Jamaica and the richest in Jamaica. So when we look at this data, the darkest blue area is all of those students in either poor or rich that have entered primary school. So 98% of poor students did, 100% of wealthy students did. When we say they completed primary school, 97% completed primary school, 100% completed primary school in the richest areas. Then when we transition into lower secondary school, we're staying strong at 97%, we're entering, and that's 100% for the wealthiest communities. And then we go into who completed lower secondary school, we start to drop. Now we're at 74%, but it's still only a 30% difference approximately from the 93% of the wealthiest students who completed lower secondary education. Then we talk about how many of those who transitioned into upper secondary education. So we're in high school at this point. It's 64% compared to the 93% in the wealthiest communities. So we have in these numbers here, these are students that have dropped out or haven't completed. So let's compare this to a country that is similar to our own as far as being a low income earning country. Those of you who are familiar with Belize, my grandfather is from Belize actually, and they are, they're not achieving the types of outcomes that we're achieving. So the poorest are at 97% as far as entering primary school, and the richest are at 99%. They drop dramatically when it comes to the number of students that have actually finished primary school. They drop to 56%, where they're pretty steady in the richest communities. And then entering or transitioning into lower secondary, it drops to a whopping 36%. The rich is still staying at 94%. And then we go to, and as far as completing lower secondary school, it drops to about 2%. And also 11% for the wealthiest, right? So when you look at this and you think about how much education do I need to hold the highest performing positions and the highest paid positions, this is an example of where the education is not being met to be able to empower students to reach those goals. We're working with numbers that are going to keep people in very manual labor. And then you have middle income countries that are part of the former Soviet Union. Kazakhstan is the example here, there is a 0% difference between the education that's attained by the poorest quintile and the wealthiest. So considering the fact that their education, similar to Czechoslovakia, is only achieving a high school education, this is what we ideally as a nation in Jamaica would want to be able to achieve. And we're not far from it. Looking at the data that we have, we're really close to being able to achieve that. So finally, I want to bring our attention to why we have education. Why is education a priority? It's a priority because it's about improving our outcomes, improving the likelihood of us being able to live the lives that we want to live, to be able to achieve the goals and make the contributions to society that can not only sustain society, but it can also sustain our families. So here we're looking at an example of the difference between the degrees that are earned and the money that is earned with that degree, and the unemployment rate based on that area of that level of educational attainment. So when you have less than a high school diploma, you earn around, this is US dollars, by the way, $619 weekly. There is the highest unemployment rate in those situations at 11.7%. When you move up and you get your high school diploma, the salary increases. We're now at $781 a week. The unemployment rate decreases by a little. We're at 9%. Then if you have some college but no degree, your salary increases again, $877 a week, reduces the unemployment, and you'll see that trend continuing, of course. And then we have the bachelor's degree, you're going into $1,300 a week. So you see, and I'll let you look that on your own, you'll see that as you earn more money and as the degree that you attain goes higher and higher in education, the unemployment rate goes down. Why? Because the demand is higher for that skill set. The more people that don't complete school have more competition in areas of employment that require more manual labor. As long as they're healthy and they're strong enough, they can perform in those areas. There's more competition. So I just want to conclude by saying that while I want to thank everybody for the hard work that they do in making the education system work in the countries where they are, because I know we're representing a lot of countries here, we care about our people, we care about the progress that they make, but we need to keep in mind that these goals are grounded in not only our desire to move our country forward and our all of the inhabitants of our wherever it is we're making a contribution, but that we also need to be aware of and always cognizant of the other areas of, let's say, impact that the politics makes that is going to impact what happens in the classroom, and find creative ways to work around it so that we can continue to make sure that students are achieving the goals that they need to achieve in order to be the most successful and contribute the most to the improvement of our countries and our individual society. I'm very proud to be a Jamaican myself. We are a very bright and talented group of people, and with opportunities, there's no stopping us. So I just want to thank everybody for the contributions you make into making sure that we continue this effort and these outcomes for all of the students that are growing up now and in school now, so that we can look at them and when we're old and be proud of them as well. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bruna Dice. This is excellent information that teachers and even parents should know. It gives them an insight to the impact of why they're doing what they're doing and why decisions are made for what they are doing. Okay, it's quite comprehensive. What a picture you paint, okay? How the system arrives at where they stand in the classroom. Clearly, very informative and inspiring. Thank you so much, as usual. Okay, so good to have you with us.
Thank you.
At this time, I think I am supposed to turn over to you, Dr. Dice. It's your turn.
Thank you so much. I'm enjoying it back here. Lady Laurie, you're doing a fantastic job. And I want to say a pleasant afternoon to everybody who is on YouTube. You can drop your questions in the chat and you will get them answered. We have a wonderful lineup, still wonderful coming up. I want to thank everybody who has participated, who has presented already, and looking forward to hearing from Mr. Salmon and Dr. Palmer and so on. Okay, leading down to the end of today's session. Thank you. All right, now we're gonna take about 5 minutes break. It is kind of like a break, but it's also to show you some wonderful stuff that are happening with our sponsors. And one of them is the Union of Jamaica Alumni Association. So I'm gonna jump right into that now with it's about 5 minutes break, okay? All right, everybody.
At the urging of Jamaica's Consul General to New York, the Union of Jamaican Alumni Associations, UJA, was constituted to bring together the various alumni organizations operating in the New York tri-state region. Its primary objectives are to coordinate the activities and fundraisers of the member associations and to promote academic excellence at all levels of schools in Jamaica, with an emphasis on 3 secondary institutions: the basic, primary, and all-age schools. We believe in the concept of a fist versus fingers. As individual fingers, our impact is limited. Joined together as a hand and ultimately as a fist, our impact can indeed be felt. That is our objective.
Our first major project was the construction of a basic school community center hurricane shelter in Cousins Cove, Hanover in 1995. With an investment of 8.5 million Jamaican dollars, Industry Cove Basic School opened in 2002 and was certified by the Early Childhood Commission in December of 2019.
UJA adopted Operation Restoration Christian School, ORCS, in Trenchtown, Kingston over 20 years ago. ORCS is an example of community unification through education. The one-of-a-kind school provides teenage students with the education and training needed to attend high school. Over the years, we have provided a variety of products and services. We continue to work with the principal and their board of directors to support and enhance the school.
UJA's water tank program was launched on December 12, 2006 in Kingston, Jamaica. The first tank was installed at the Liberty Hall Center in Kingston, where the Marcus Garvey Museum is housed. Over 250 tanks have been given to basic and infant schools across the island, and the program continues.
The annual High School Graduate Awards program was introduced in 1991 with 6 students. After over 30 years, UJA has donated over 500,000 American to Jamaican students in the form of bursaries, books, and trips to Jamaica.
Since 2010, UJA has supported robotics via First Technology Challenge, First Global Challenge, as well as several other local competitions. UJA is now in the process of expanding our robotics program to include our primary schools.
Since the beginning of the Jamaica Diaspora movement about 16 years ago, UJA has played an active role in various diaspora-led initiatives, including the Jamaica Diaspora Education Task Force.
During the coronavirus pandemic, UJA provided laptops, tablets, and care packages to our students and our schools. These projects are expected to continue in times to come. Time, words, and slides do not allow for the length and breadth of the support and commitment of the Union's alumni associations. Collectively, UJA has, with remarkable perseverance, energy, and foresight, not only moved forward to meet the mandates of its charter, but has become an active voice and a major supporter of causes and activities designed to promote the educational and social environment of Jamaicans in the USA and at home. Union of Jamaican Alumni Associations, USA Inc., UJA. Education is empowerment. Only the educated are free.
All right, everyone. I hope you enjoyed the few words from wonderful partners, collaborators, and many of those, they have been with us from the very beginning. Over 7 years, 8 years now. I'm growing strong. Okay. Now I'm going to hand over back to Lady Largy, and she's going to continue with our program this afternoon. We have a few more sessions to go. Really, really wonderful sessions that we're looking at before we close out here at 5 o'clock. Okay. All right. So, Lady Largy, over to you again.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Dice. I enjoyed those videos, even though I've seen them before. It made me feel so proud to be associated with this task force. But let's get back to the work at hand. And our next presenter will be presenting on student mentoring in a post-pandemic world, unmasking the hidden potential. And he is Mr. Michael G. Salmon, who graduated from Knox College in Jamaica and went on to earn his Bachelor of Science and Master of Science degrees in economics from the University of the West Indies, Mona. After teaching in the Department of Economics for several years at UWI, Michael was the recipient of the prestigious LASPAU Fulbright Fellowship to pursue the doctorate degree in economics at NYU, and in 1987, that began his over 30 years teaching career at New York University. Over the years, Dean Salmon has been the recipient of outstanding teaching awards, both at New York University and at Marymount, where today he is an Assistant Vice President, Dean of Academic Excellence, and Senior Advisor to the President. In 2012, he was one of 10 college administrators and faculty across the US to receive the prestigious Outstanding First-Year Student Advocate Award from the National Resource Center for the First-Year Experience for Students in Transition and the University of South Carolina. Michael is currently the president of the Knox Association of Past Students New York chapter and a member of the Union of Jamaican Alumni Association's Board of Directors since 2019. And welcome, this is his first task force presentation. Welcome, Michael.
Thank you so much, Carleen. Good afternoon, everybody. Dr. Dice, how are you doing? Hope everybody is good. It's my pleasure to be here. I hope you can hear me clearly. I'm coming to you from down here in South California, in Southern California, so I hope that all's good. I'd like to use the opportunity, of course, to talk about mentoring, but before I get there, what I'd like to do is, as a teacher, I always wish that I can see all my the audience, and I know that I'm not seeing all the audience, so I'm going to make an assumption. I'm going to make the assumption that lots of the audience are teachers, perhaps parents, and I'm also going to make the assumption there are lots of Jamaicans here, and so I'm going to really start with those assumptions. With that in mind, I just want to say a few things just before I jump into and sharing my screens and my slides. I want to say that if there's anybody from my little old primary school, Pike Primary, that most people have never heard of, I just want to say a big shout out to you. If you are from Knox College, I want to say a big shout out to, or from any part of that country. I'm a little country boy who is here talking to you about the role of mentoring. But before I get there, though, I want to start with a general proposition before I share my slides. You know, it is often said that behind every great person, and in fact, that's the saying really says, behind every great man, there's a great woman. And I don't want to be sexist, so I'm going to really say that behind every great person, there is somebody else. There is also a great mentor. And when I thought about that carefully, and I think about people that you all know, we all celebrate as Jamaicans Usain Bolt. But have you ever stopped and said, maybe there wouldn't be a Usain Bolt without a Glenn Mills? We all celebrate Bob Marley. As Jamaicans, we are so proud of him. And of course, have you ever thought just for a moment about somebody like a Joe Higgs? Maybe not. We think about somebody like Michael Jackson, how amazing he is, or he has been. And we never thought about somebody like a Fred Astaire, who really helped him a little bit with dancing. The fact of the matter is that when we achieve anything in life, we're standing on the shoulders of others. And I just want to really argue here in this presentation that we need to not only recognize that mentorship matters, but we also need to establish programs in our schools to really develop mentoring and really make it be foundational in everything we do. After all, it's always good to know math and English and all that, but that alone won't make a student successful. I think it's important for a student to really have somebody, some adult perhaps in their life beyond their parents, who could really show them what it's all about. And I want to talk a little bit about that. So I'm going to start by sharing my slide. But before I do that, one more thing I want to say. It is clear that as we are in the middle of 2021, that last year was perhaps one of the most challenging years of our lives. For students, that has been an incredibly difficult year. Our students have lost so much. And I want to talk about that, but I want to argue that mentoring could be part of the solution. How do we get them back on track? That's so critical, and it's something that I want to really spend some time talking about. So at this point, let me go ahead and start sharing my slide, and then I'll get into the conversation. I know that I don't have a lot of time, maybe about 20 minutes or so, I believe, but let me get right to it. I hope that you can see my slides. Has everybody seen my slides?
Yep, very clear.
Okay. So let me just get my slides going here. Okay. So the first thing that I want to do, I spoke a little bit about this. So I want to talk about mentoring in the kind of post-pandemic world. And I don't want to jinx it by using the term post-pandemic, but we're beginning to see the light at the end of the tunnel, I'm imagining. But importantly, I want to think about mentoring as kind of unmasking the hidden potential. And I use the word unmasking deliberately, because what we're talking about here isn't really to give students anything. It's merely a matter of unmasking that potential, which we all have within us. And all we need is somebody to really extract that and to take that out and to put that forward. So I mentioned the COVID-19 pandemic has impacted our students. And whether or not you're here in the United States or in Jamaica or anywhere else in the world, students have lost a lot academically, socially, psychologically, and economically. At the academic level, of course, there's been significant amount of learning lost due to technological challenges for many students, missing actual hours in the classroom. Yes, we've provided devices, and I know that that is something which is great. But of course, as the speaker before me said, you know, if you do all that, but there's no connectivity, then there is really much more that we need to do. Many students have had reduced drive and commitment to school, and there's been a heightened desire to simply just drop out. Many of our students have not only just not attended classes, they made the decision that they're not going back to school. And again, as the former speaker said, if we really have down this path, that's going to have really a significant negative impact on our country. Socially, students have felt isolated, cut off from their friends, disconnected from their teachers. This disconnection is this lack of connection is important, because after all, students need a human being. They need people in their lives apart from just their parents. I mean, you can do it on Zoom, but that's not the same as when you're seeing somebody in person. They've also missed out on sporting activities. Sports is one of those things that can connect. In fact, that has not happened across many schools over the last year. And psychologically, another earlier speaker spoke about the emotional impact and the mental stress. Our students have experienced lots of that. Depression and anxiety from the uncertainty, as well as some have experienced loss of family members. At the economic level, many have lost their jobs. As a result of that, there's been hardship in many families, especially low-income families. The wealth gap has become more transparent. It becomes clearer and clearer, those who are the haves and those who are the have-nots. It is true that back in the days when before the pandemic, you knew some people were relatively poorer and some people were better off. But what the pandemic did, it made it wide open. It is clear whether or not you have access to a device or not. And obviously that had a lot to do with your station in life. So what exactly is mentoring and why does it matter? I go quickly through these slides. The first thing is that if we had to define mentoring, we see that a mentor is really an experienced person who can advise and train someone over a period of time. We think of it as a verb to advise and to train, especially a younger person. But mentoring is much more than that, because mentoring really isn't just about changing someone or getting them to do something differently, as the mentoring manual there just said. It's about working someone up. It's about waking someone up and to who they really are. It's about bringing something out. I like this one, for example, for Oprah Winfrey. One of her great mentors was, of course, Maya Angelou, who you see in that picture. She said a mentor is somebody who allows you to see hope inside of yourself. A mentor is somebody, think about it, who can make you see something within yourself that you don't even know that's there. When I was a young student back in Jamaica, I had the opportunity of having a few mentors. When I went to the university, I remember the first time that I had a mentor and I can use his name, Dr. George Beckford, who really came to me and said, after I finished my undergraduate degree, and said, you need to get into teaching. I think you could do this. I never thought about this. It probably was within me that I didn't see. Mentors help you to go within and see hope within yourself. Or Denzel Washington, who again talks about that whenever you see an individual in any position in life and where they're really doing well, there is somebody behind them. As I said earlier, there is a mentor. Now, just to say a few words about the historical foundations of mentoring. The word mentor really came to us originally through the Greek mythology. In fact, the Greek warrior, Odysseus was going off to war and entrusted his son, Telemachus, into the capable hands of a mentor, the word mentor, and that was the name of friend. In the Middle Ages, we saw the idea of young people getting mentored or apprenticed by master tradesmen. The word mentoring actually came into America's consciousness much later. In books were written in the late 18th century around that. And one of the early ones was Mentoria, which was about instruction for young women, basically. And in the start of the 20th century, in the early 1900s, 1904, I believe, the mentoring initiative gained momentum here in America as we saw the development of Big Brothers organization, which now is Big Brothers Big Sister, of course, which is across all states in the United States here and around the world. And today, mentoring organizations are found almost everywhere. And we're happy and glad that that's so, because mentoring is so foundational and fundamental to a lot of things. Now, there's lots of data and lots of research on mentoring, but this one I find interesting. The National Mentoring Partnership, Mentor, says that for at-risk students who had a mentor was 81% more likely to participate in extracurricular activities, or the good things that they do rather than being idle. 55% more likely to enroll in college, talking about college education as the former speaker mentioned. 55% less likely to skip school, 37% less likely to skip their classes, 78% more likely to volunteer regularly, 46% less likely to use drugs in a destructive way, 27% less likely to drink irresponsibly. And of course, I like the last one, 90% more likely to become mentors themselves, to give back. In my own career, part of the reason that I get involved in mentoring as much as I can is because I have seen what mentoring can do. In fact, I'm the product of mentoring. And I feel like I have to not just give back, but give forward. And that's so critical. So I just want to say that if you ask yourself, why does it matter There's considerable amount of research and data to show that mentoring really does matter. Now, there are all kinds of different kinds of mentoring. And this evening, I want to focus on school-based mentoring, but I just want you to know that they're mentoring, of course, in community organizations. If you think about Big Brothers, Big Sister, or the YMCA or something like that. Corporate mentorship is all the rage these days. People want to help others up the career ladder. Some mentoring are in person, some are virtual. In fact, a virtual mentoring recently I saw where Serena Williams was doing something about helping other athletes using Instagram and using her platform to do that. Kudos to her. Sometimes mentoring is one-on-one, and that's how we think of it traditionally. Sometimes it's in groups. I've had a chance to work in college over the years with group mentoring, where you're helping a group of young people coming to college for the first time and getting them onto a good path. Sometimes mentoring is formal, and I want to talk about the formal parts of mentoring, but sometimes it's informal. You know, sometimes you have a mentor that really just happens by chance, and that can make a big difference in your life, where you're not signing papers and you're not really doing that, but they're really just a part of your life. Mentoring can also be short-lived. Somebody just comes in your life, makes a difference, and that's it. And sometimes mentors can be long-lived or lifelong. And of course, I've worked a lot with peer mentoring as well. Our students helping students. Sometimes that's very powerful. And so there are many types of mentoring, and I'll focus my attention on school-based and more formal types of mentoring. So if you ask yourself, why does mentoring matters? Why does it matter? Why does mentoring matter? I would say there are many benefits, and I just kind of quickly just roll through that. You see, a mentor provides a role model. We know that higher academic achievements and success happen when there's a mentor. They can help you focus on your career goals, increase your self-confidence and self-worth, improve relationships that you have with other adults and peers. And that's critical because after all, in the real world, it's adults that perhaps could make a difference to where you can get, and your peers matter too. You know, when I was a young man, I remember it was one of my peers that came to me once when I came to Kingston from country. I was interested in music and all that. And one of my peers, my friends came to me and said, you know, you need to refocus. You need to get back to the university. I'm so glad that for that short period, he was my mentor. You can learn from the experience of others. You can enhance your communication skills. You can build social capital and networking, which is so critical in the world today. And of course, as the evidence suggests, when there is more mentoring, there is less violence, less abusive behavior, and what I said before, less drug use and alcohol abuse. And of course, it helps you to develop coping skills because a mentor is somebody you turn to, right? Who can help you when the times are hard. And we all need that in life because hard times there will be. The pandemic has been one of those times. The pandemic is one of those hard times when we need the resilience and the coping skills to get back on track. Everybody needs a mentor here, and our young people need it even more, I would say. Well, you know, mentors also do have benefits. After all, as a mentor, there's personal satisfaction. You're giving back or giving forward. You're feeling that you're connected with a younger population. And, you know, for some of us, that keeps you young. You want to provide a sense of fulfillment. You know, I always say that teaching is mentoring and mentoring is teaching because every mentor is a teacher and every teacher is a mentor. And so you get satisfaction from that. You can have empathy for others, provide a sense of purpose in your life. So in other words, if you can be a mentor, it's a call to action, especially in this time. Now, there are many kinds of mentors. You know, some people talk about a mentor that we call the challenger. Example of that is like Socrates and Plato, right? Where they're really kind of a tussle, but the purpose of that is really, or between Plato and Aristotle. Cheerleaders, for example, such as Maya Angelou, the person who is always in your corner, who always emphasizes the positive and not the negative. Yes, we know negatives are there, but we need people in our lives who can make us really feel good when we do something well. Then there's an educator. And in this example, Mahatma Gandhi, I never met Martin Luther King, but yet Martin Luther King was highly influenced by Mahatma Gandhi, and so was Nelson Mandela, by the way. You know, the ideator. Steve Jobs and Mark Zuckerberg developed a relationship. And as you know, Mark Zuckerberg from Facebook and Steve Jobs, of course, from Apple. And in fact, Mark Zuckerberg, the younger, would argue that in fact, Steve Jobs made such a difference in his life as they thought about how to go forward with Facebook. And the connector. Every mentor can help you to make connections. Mike Bloomberg, the billionaire, as you know, former mayor of New York, ascribes to William Solomon of Solomon Brothers, who he thought mentored him when he went to Wall Street as a young man, and now he's one of the wealthiest in the world. Every mentor can do all these things. We're just saying there are different types of mentor, but the best mentor is the one that can fuse all this together to really make a difference in the life of a young person. You know, there you could write a million things about what exceptional mentors can be, but I would say that a good listener is key. You want to have empathy. You want to be inspirational. You want to really lend your experience and your resources and your network. You need to be reliable. You need to be trustworthy. Trust is critical in any mentorship relationship. So with that said, I'd like to talk about building kind of like what I call the formal school-based mentoring. And before I jump into that, let me go back to the pandemic. The fact of the matter is that I've said that our students have been what? Hit hard academically, socially, psychologically, and economically. This is the time when we need to begin to think as we head for September, how can we create mentorship programs? How can we make sure that we get our students back on track? How can we make sure that we can refocus their minds on what matters and what's important? It won't happen just because you bring them back into their math classes. It won't happen just because you put them back in their history classes. But it can matter a lot when you have a program, a formal program. And I know that many schools already have this. But again, it's a call for action. If you're a teacher, have a conversation with your principal and say, can we get something going here? This is especially for those students who have been left behind. So I think I argue there are 4 phases in setting this up. One is a phase of exploration. You always want to start with exploring. You want to do a fact-finding survey. You want to gauge the level of interest in the program and identify possible barriers. You know, for example, a possible barrier could be something like parents don't trust the institution. How do you get over that? You want to do some work on that. You want to do your research about what's happening in other schools. You know, there's a simple thing in life. Do not reinvent the wheel. It's already exists. We're not asking you to go with a blank piece of paper. The fact of the matter is that mentoring exists across schools. Borrow something from others. Of course, it goes without saying that when you're setting something up, you need approval, perhaps your principal, perhaps other educational authorities. You really may need to really do that. That to me is your step 1. Phase 2 is planning. Planning is everything. I believe that you need to outline and articulate your program parameters. Who is going to be involved? What are you planning to do? When are you doing it? Where and how? And you know, the most important thing is the why. Why are we doing this? If you don't have an answer to the why, don't do it. Because the fact of the matter is the why has to be about student success. It's not about you. It's about those who you are mentoring. Even though I argue that there are benefits to the mentor, the fact of the matter is what I'm focusing on is the benefit to the mentee, the students that we want to get better. Our benefit as mentor is secondary. It's a byproduct. It's not the main event. We need also to identify at this stage the resources, the human resources. Are we going to base this? Are we going to bring other teachers involved? And who? What are the costs, if any, that's going to be involved? And there obviously will be costs here, like anything else. Can you partner with others in the community? Because after all, if people are doing things already, as I said, why reinvent the wheel? You can do it with others. You want to also make sure that you're creating a training program, because I realize the failure of many programs sometimes is that there's not enough training. There's not enough focus on that. Training is fundamental. As an educator, critical, right? You don't want to start programs where you don't know what you're doing. There has to be clear protocols. How are you going to communicate? Training in what has to do with things like what we worry about, things like the safety of our students. You want to make sure that you have responsible adults. You want to make sure they're properly vetted and trained. You know, sometimes in life, well-thinking people do crazy things. They don't do crazy things because they're crazy. They do crazy things because they're not trained to do the things you want them to do. Training is fundamental. You want to also document how the program is going to be evaluated. Evaluation is key. What are the metrics by which you're going to know if you have been successful? This is important. After all, you always have to be evaluated, and I believe in continuous evaluation. Evaluation from the mentor's point of view, from the mentee's point of view, from the coordinator's point of view. You want to do that continuously and make sure that, in fact, you're documenting. The implementation phase is the exciting part too, because now that you've laid out the foundation and you're ready to do it, you've got sign off from everybody and buy-in. You want to begin now to talk about how do you find your mentors and the mentees. You know, I don't have enough time to take you through all that detail, but I'm going to say that you want to be careful here. You want to really make sure that you're screening well. You really want to make sure that you're really picking people and make sure you're doing the background checks. In our society today, child abuse is really getting out of hand. You don't want to put children in the hands of somebody who's going to be a predator. The fact of the matter is that you have to do those checks. If somebody doesn't want to do the background checks necessary, you don't want that person to be a mentor. The fact of the matter is we have to protect our kids. Remember now, it's not about the mentor. It's about the mentee. It's about the students. As I said, roll out your training program. Make sure that it's detailed. You want to make sure you get the experts, people who can help you with that. You want to make sure the fit is important. You know, sometimes when you're matching students to a mentor, it's about a fit. Is this the right person? Do they have the right background? You want to think about, are there intellectual and physical and behavioral needs, and who would be the best person to fill in the gaps here? You want to ask mentor to do things like maintain regular meetings and have agendas. But I want to really emphasize, going back to Oprah's point at the start, this is not about you telling people what to do. This is about you finding a way to get students to tell you, to reveal, to become themselves. A mentor is really helping to take you, a student, to another level. It's not about creating something that never existed. You want to also make sure, again, you gather that information about performance. I call these key program performance indicator, KPIs. It's not just business people who need to think about that. You need to think about that in an educational institution as well. Because of course, if you're not measuring something, you don't know that you've achieved it or not. And I like the last one, which is plan and publicize, a year-end recognition or have events. When I work in the college in mentoring programs, one of the things that I notice is that we have to make sure that we recognize progress. We celebrate progress. There's a reason, for example, when students graduate from a college, we have commencement, right? Why didn't we just give them their degree and they just walk out the door? We want to really showcase success. That's really so critical. The last phase, of course, mentioned a little bit, is evaluation. We want to make sure there are regular channels by which we get in feedback. You want to make sure that evaluation is always done, because we need to measure this. We want to coordinate regular meeting and gathering of mentors to share experiences. And I think one of the most important things is to document, because when you're beginning to recruit, you want to think about, are you documented? Have you documented the stories? I talk to people all the time who've had wonderful experiences, but you know what? They have no documented stories to share. The fact of the matter is you can show statistics, you can show data, but if you got no story, you ain't got a show going on. Fact of the matter is that you need stories, because it is those stories that's going to make people move. It is those stories that's going to make a difference, especially if you need to get resources. It's not just the data that you've shared. So that's really critical. So again, the phases, you want to really explore, you want to plan, you want to implement, and importantly, you want to make sure that you're doing good evaluation. So I know I don't have much time, and I just want to really round out with a bit of a takeaway here. I think that, firstly, I want to start by saying that as we move into this post-pandemic phase in schools, you want to begin to ask, how can you get students back on track? How can you get them back in line? How can you get them refocused again? That's so critical. So you want to establish, if you can, a mentorship program. You don't have to start big. You can start fairly small, but do something. It's so critical. Start some research. Do a little bit of planning. There is no substitute for laying out a good plan. Make sure you get support and buy-in. Training is critical. Implementation needs coordination. Otherwise, you're doomed to failure. I think that mentorship relationship should be at least for a year. You want to plan for that. You don't want to have somebody a mentor and then next time you change a month later, because that really shows no stability and it does not lend credibility. I want to emphasize again the safety of our students. And everybody should be involved for one reason: student success. It's about the students. It's not about us. And no program is complete, of course, as I said, without evaluation and feedback and recalibration and recognition of good things. I hope that if you're listening and you're a teacher, I hope that you will go back and think about, do we have a mentorship program here? How can we put one together? I read something, I think it might have been in the Gleaner just a few days ago, about a student in Jonestown, where a grandmother is saying that this student had a challenge, had no interest in school, but found a mentor through a mentoring program in their little school, primary school. And she said, you know what? It's a changed student now. A student is so different. That's what mentorship can do. And you know, in Jamaica, we have an old saying, one cocoa, full basket. What that means is that you just have to change one student at a time. And we'd be amazed what a difference it can make as we get ourselves back on the path away from the great pandemic. You know, I wouldn't be a teacher if I didn't leave a little bit of kind of reading suggestions there. I think that these are just 3 things, and I could put a whole bunch of other things. I don't want to give you deep journal articles, but books, Elements of Effective Practice for Mentoring, right, by that very same organization, The Mentor. The Mentoring Manual by Julie Starr. And I think that everybody who thinks about mentoring should probably read a little bit around Big Brothers Big Sister movement in America about, you know, what you can do for young people. So the fact of the matter is, I'm going to really kind of end here and say thank you and probably stop my sharing. But I just want to say once again that as we move away from this great pandemic, mentoring is one of those things that we have to really keep in mind. It will make a difference. It can make a difference. And again, I invite you, this is a call for action. If you're a teacher, do it. Next year, we're going to do a little, Carlene, we're going to do a little check on them next year. Who has started a mentoring program? Tell us about it. Because I can tell you that I wouldn't be here if I never had great mentors. And I can tell you your students will not achieve as much if they don't have a mentor in their lives. Thank you so much, Carlene. I hope that helped a bit.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Michael. You know, as you pointed out, you know, mentorship has always been important, but at these times now, and so many of us find ourselves having to make some decisions. Do we go back pre-pandemic? What do we do? Do we pivot? How do we pivot? Having mentors is going to be truly a plus. And we don't have any questions for you right now, but thank you so much for sharing that with us.
Not a problem at all. Thank you so much. And I hope I haven't used up more time than I should, but you know, I was moving pretty fast.
It's too late if you did.
All right, it's too late if I did.
Okay,
Thank you,
so we're going to move on and welcome Dr. Alicia Palmer, and she will be presenting on sustaining the momentum with online teaching and learning. You're with us, right, Dr. Palmer?
Yes, I'm right here. Thank you, Carly.
Okay, what I'm going to do, okay, Dr. Palmer didn't send us a bio. She spoke to us. So I'm going to speak to you in her words as she wrote it for us. She says, I am a people person and a consummate lover of finding the best in people. I am most passionate when I help others reach their desired and true potential. My greatest talent is my ability to inspire and breathe motivation into the lives of those who seek it in my presence. Dr. Palmer is a Fulbright scholar with training in educational technology, instructional design and technology, ancient and European history, and education leadership. She also specializes in technology-driven faculty development, training, online teaching and learning, and faculty evaluation. She's currently engaged in educational training and instructional design. She completed her doctorate in educational leadership with a concentration in educational technology and a cognate in ancient history and the French Revolution. She has a Master of Science in Educational Leadership and Master of Arts in Instructional Design and Technology, and a Bachelor of Education in the Teaching of History and a Graduate Certificate in Educational Technology. Ladies and gentlemen, here is Dr. Alicia Palmer. Welcome, Alicia Palmer.
Thank you so much. Please let me know if you're hearing me clearly and if you're seeing my screen, and I'll begin once I know that.
Answer is yes to both. We're hearing you very clearly and we're seeing your screen.
Perfect, thank you. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to present on this wonderful topic, sustaining the momentum with online teaching and learning. This session, I have just 3 objectives that I want to deal with today. And the first one is, I'd like to explore some of the change strategies for online learning. I'll also look at the EdTech Playbook, which is basically an online EdTech strategy, which will help you to maintain the momentum for online teaching and learning. And finally, I'd like to identify some strategies for maintaining the momentum in online teaching and learning. And I'll use momentum and maintaining and sustaining interchangeably. So please bear with me. Some of the initial thoughts as it relates to online teaching and learning is that this is not a new phenomenon. We've always had online teaching and learning over the past few years, but what has changed fundamentally is the fact that because of the pandemic, we have been forced to emerge into this era of mostly online learning. And so what we find is that our students are thrust into this environment where some of them, depending on the type of schools that they attended, or whether they were at university or they're in secondary school or K through 12, what you would find is that access to online learning would be dependent on the type of institution that you were in or the type of access that was available. Now, to fully understand what is happening with online teaching and learning, I want to approach the topic from the perspective of looking at an innovation and how we manage this type of innovation in order to sustain the momentum with online teaching and learning. So I'll start off by looking at innovation as a process that over time we communicate this innovation, people either adopt to it, and it is shared among members of our society. And so we're constantly changing. And I want to lay that premise first as I look a little bit more on this topic. So because we've had online teaching before, the pandemic didn't bring to us something that was new. But what is innovative is the way in which educational institutions have been forced to engage in online teaching and learning in new ways, especially in an environment where there are many schools that were not prepared, schools and universities that were not prepared to go fully online. And what has happened is that they have had to pivot in order to make this change. I thought of Cotter and Cohen's change process, specifically Cotter, who identified 8 stages when we're implementing a change. Now, so I'm laying the foundation that online teaching and learning is nothing new. But what we want to do is to sustain the momentum that we have gained with online teaching and learning, so that online teaching and learning is something that years to come, we would have fully emerged into an era where we're now more comfortable with online teaching and learning. And so I want to break down Cotter's change process into 3 parts. The first part is that when we're inputting any change or implementing any change, we want to define what this change will look like. And so this might mean building our teams. In the case of educational institutions, we want to ensure that we have educators who are equipped to teach online, who have the necessary tools, and so on. So we're defining what this should look like. Once we have defined that for our stakeholders, for our students, or administrators, for teachers or educators, we want to decide on a process of implementation. But before we can implement, we have to share the vision. Are we on the same page in terms of what online teaching and learning should look like? How are we encouraging people to act? Is there a good reason for implementing online teaching and learning? Now that we have been forced, for the most part, to have many of our students learning online solely, and in some cases, we had students learning in hybrid modes, how are we encouraging our students to act? How are our educators acting in the online environment? Is there a good reason for us to change? Once we have established for ourselves what this should look like, we need to create what are called quick wins. Is this really achievable? How do we establish goals for maintaining and sustaining this online momentum that we have gained due to the quick strides we have had to make during the pandemic? And finally, how do we secure and track the progress of this change? And this is what this presentation is all about. Identifying that this is an innovation and one that we want to keep for years to come. And because we want to sustain the growth in online teaching and learning, we have to ensure that we secure the progress. We have to ensure that we secure the change. But there's some challenges that come with this process. And I'll talk to you a little bit more about that. Now, in practical sense, so I've identified how we go about starting this process of change, from getting people involved in the thought process to actually implementing, and then we're going to talk about how do we maintain this. In a practical sense, what we have asked people to do when they engage in online teaching and learning, educators to do, we're asking them to create a sense of urgency when they're teaching their students. We're having them build on guiding principles and thought processes and theories related to online teaching and learning. So this is not new. We're not reinventing the wheel. We're using already thought about knowledge that we know works, but for some reason we haven't been able to adequately adapt to this. Now, when we ask our teachers to teach online or educators to teach online, we're having them bring about a type of strategy that promotes this kind of change. And the change that we're talking about is sustaining this online teaching and learning momentum for the long haul. As a part of this process, we have to enlist people in our vision. And these people that we're talking about is our administrators or students and other stakeholders who have an active part to play in the educational sphere. We're enabling, generating, and sustaining this growth. And what I'm trying to present is that this is a community process. So while it might seem that we're using online tools to facilitate learning, the entire process of engaging in online teaching and learning is not only about the students and the educators or the administrators, it's a community-wide process. Now, when we think of online learning, many words come to mind, and I thought that this image was apt when deciding to represent the concept of online learning and teaching and learning and how we sustain it. One of the first things that comes to mind is innovation. And I use innovation at the onset of my presentation because innovation is so key. With innovation comes challenges. And if you're going to sustain online teaching and learning, there are some challenges that are going to emerge. Some of these challenges include adapting to the change. We have the concept of what we call digital natives, individuals who quickly adapt to learning online. And examples of this seems to be our students. As soon as they come out of the womb, many of them are by the age of 1, they're able to swipe on their tablets. They're able to use technology in ways that the previous generations we're not able to do so. So sometimes in our homes, what we're finding is that our students are gaining access to online learning, but not necessarily in a structured way. And that's one of the challenges that we face when we're going to be trying to sustain the momentum that we have gained during this period of the pandemic. Some of the things that we think about as well is, how about cultural diversity? Access to internet and access to technological resources are going to be different based on your location. It's going to be different based on the type of institution that you're a part of. It's going to be based on the type of funding that is available. So we are talking about sustaining something that is often hinged on access, is often hinged on equity, is often hinged on working with a community to provide these resources. And when I talk about community, in some instances, I'm using the term community loosely. And I'm using it loosely to represent our stakeholders, such as our public and private partners, or governmental organizations or officials. We're using the word community to include an inclusive approach to looking at online teaching and learning. But with this comes some disadvantages. The idea is that to sustain the momentum with online teaching and learning, we have to be persistent over time. Now, many of the challenges that we will face, and I can use Jamaica as one of the examples, and while this presentation seeks to speak to sustaining the momentum for online teaching and learning outside of Jamaica, I want to include a few things that are related to Jamaica. One major challenge is the lack of stable internet connectivity. While we may have two main service providers, one of the things that we find is that a major issue for students is lack of good access, stable internet. There are some areas of the country, for example, where students don't have access to internet, and access to internet services may not necessarily take the form of having a LAN connection, but more so access via your smartphone. So we're finding a lot of students who are learning via their smartphones, and that's not always effective because the type of reach that we want to have, the smartphone, while effective in some instances, may not be adequate enough. We do know that the Ministry of Education, for example, has embarked on a program of ensuring that students are getting access, getting connected. And I know I've seen instances where the government has rolled out in some areas efforts to promote internet connectivity, but that has not reached widespread. And I'm using Jamaica as an example because wherever there is innovation, wherever there is change, there are always those who are disadvantaged or do not have access to the resources that are needed to maintain this momentum. We also have students where there's no guidance. So they might have access to the internet, access to online learning, access to our learning management systems that provide them with learning experiences, but they don't have any guidance as to what to do with this. So that's a challenge as well. Then we have students who have no access to online learning, and that's a category in and of itself. A final challenge that I'll talk about is the issue of availability of learning management systems that educators are aware of and trained in. So I know Google Classroom is widely used here in Jamaica in some schools. I know as well that there are schools that have access to Blackboard, there are schools that have access to Moodle. And so it depends on the institution that you're a part of, but there are also institutions that don't have access to all of this technology. And if we're gonna be maintaining the momentum, we have to look at access and equitable access to ensure that we maintain this momentum that we have started. Now, we have identified the challenges, but I want to take a moment to look at how we adopt an innovation over time. And I'll spend a little time on this. I won't spend much time on this because what I want to highlight is that whenever we have an innovation, one of the things that occurs is we have 10% of persons who are interested in this innovation. And as it starts to gain momentum and speed and more persons are involved, you see that access or that interest, for want of a better word, increase based on the fact that more information is coming up, more people are getting involved. And so we see with access to training, more training sessions on how to use Blackboard and how to use online tools. And I'm talking specifically about some of these things that you will see on the Ministry of Education's website and their push to promote online learning and equipping teachers with tools, but that's only one part of the equation. We also have private schools. What type of access do some of these schools have? And we know that traditionally, Jamaica has been a society whereby education has been highly sought after. At least it's one of the things that is encouraged if you're going to elevate yourself. And so what we want to promote is a situation in which we have more individuals innovating, more individuals jumping on this whole idea of online learning as one of the good ways to learn. Because there's a belief that online learning is not necessarily the way to go. And so I wanted to kind of share this image of how we adopt innovation, because the S-curve kind of shows us what happens when you implement something new. The idea is that not everybody is going to like the idea or jump on the bandwagon of this implementation of this innovation. And I think Rogers, when he was talking about this whole diffusion process by which innovation occurs, he hit the nail on something. And what we need to do is to bring about a type of buy-in where people feel, or educators or students or administrators feel like there's something in it for them to adopt this new innovation. And the innovation that we're talking about, I keep emphasizing it, we have gained some momentum during the pandemic in terms of online teaching and learning, and we're trying to sustain that. Now, I mentioned earlier on in my presentation about the 5 changes for the new EdTech playbook. So this strategy for implementing any new technology, and I'm going to go through those steps with you briefly. So Gosh, in his discussion of how we implement technology, he identified 5 changes that need to occur. And I'm emphasizing these changes because these changes are what is going to help us to sustain the momentum. So we already had online learning occurring before. Now we want to try to sustain this momentum. And the first one is the ACT. When we have our LMS systems, what we're doing, our learning management systems that are used to ensure that our students have access to our learning content and so on, what we're doing is we're using these learning management systems to act as a catalyst for learning. And so we have opportunities to personalize learning, and that's going to be key in maintaining the momentum. If students feel like this learning is personalized, is differentiated, then what's going to happen is they're going to feel like there's something in it for them. Hence, the momentum will be sustained. We also use our LMS and our access to online learning to kind of sustain us, or we extend this process. How do we do this? We extend it by using gamification. There's big talk about gamifications over the last 5 to 10 years about how do you use games to improve learning. This is something that we can do in the online realm. Now that we have identified that we need to use our learning management systems to facilitate learning, we also want to enhance the process. How do we enhance online learning and teaching? We enhance it by using the tools and e-resources available in the online classroom. Now, we also need to build teacher capacity. How do we build teacher capacity? We build teacher capacity by making training available. Now, in instructional design, there is the perspective that not every issue or problem needs to be solved with a training. So it depends on the type of issue that you're having in the online classroom. But the message that I want to send out or bring across is that we want to build teacher capacity because this is what's going to help us sustain the momentum with online teaching and learning. When teachers are equipped, when teachers feel like they have the necessary tools to educate their students, one of the things that you will find is that they become more passionate about what they're doing. And finally, in terms of the changes that Gosh emphasized, that we will need to use to sustain the momentum with online teaching and learning, we need to use the tools. There's so many tools available that teachers, educators, administrators can build a toolkit to help them be successful. What are we, or why are we building this toolkit? We're building this toolkit because we want to bring about continuous online improvement. If your online sessions are improved, if your teaching is improved, you are overall bringing about school improvement. And that should be the aim, one of the aims of education, to improve the state of our students, to improve our knowledge levels. Now, how do we do this? We utilize the best practices that are available. Now, I want to emphasize that there's no one method that fits all classrooms. And the idea behind this is that we want our educators, our administrators, and our students to know that one strategy is not going to work for everyone. And so I always encourage educators, find a strategy that works for you and diversify your educational portfolio. I call it a toolkit, and you'll see a lot of information about building your technology toolkit. And the reason for this is that find a strategy that works for you. But some of the best practices include set clear expectations in your online classes. Make sure that your presence is felt. Use real-world applications. Make sure your objectives are clear and measurable. You need to know what the outcomes will be for student learning. Allow opportunities for feedback. Engage students. And when you're thinking, and I'm adding this piece, when you're thinking about assessment, think about summative and formative types of assessment where you are continuously assessing students, not only at the end. An assessment can include observation. It doesn't have to be a standardized test. It can be observation. It can be having students reflect and give feedback. And feedback is so important if we're going to sustain online teaching and learning. Now, we have some strategies and tools that many of us know about. And if some of these tools you already know, please don't feel offended. I'm just mentioning them for emphasis. I highlighted Google Classroom because you hear a lot of talk about Google Classroom and a lot of the things that you're able to do with Google Classroom. And when you ask a university student, for example, where do you find information, for want of a better word, you'll hear, oh, I search Google. And I highlighted it because it's so easy for students to use. And sometimes you're not able to filter the types of information to determine what information is relevant. And so this is where an online classroom that is set up in a way that is effective to promote teaching and learning and helps to monitor learning and allow students to think critically is going to be important. Then we also have interactive lessons. These are so easy to make nowadays. You can use your smartphone, you can use your desktop computers by downloading an app, but there is an application called Edpuzzle that I'd like to tell you about, and it allows you to make interactive lessons. And some of these strategies can be used across the curriculum. So for example, it can be used in the primary, secondary, or if you call it K through 12. It can also be used at the university level because there's a philosophy that you can basically teach anything to anyone at any level. It depends on how the information is taught. And then of course we have hyperdocs. These are basically documents that are hyperlinked. So this can be done in Google Docs, or you can use Microsoft Word to hyperlink these documents. And we also have what is called classtools.net. I'm highlighting some of these tools because these are going to be things that are going to help you to improve online teaching. And by improving online teaching, you're sustaining the momentum. When I give online presentations about online teaching and learning, I tend to always draw on this comical celebration of strategies that you can use to improve your teaching. And it's actually called 27 Ways to EdTech Your Classroom. And I highlight it because when we think of teaching online, there's so much that can be done. And I'm only going to highlight a few of them. For example, WebQuest. We've been doing WebQuest from the moment we learned about the internet, having our students go online and search. That's a strategy that you can use in your classroom. Why am I mentioning this? In order to sustain this innovation, we have to use creative methods, creative ways of making this change stick. And it's not going to stick if we don't get invested. And we get invested by using some of these tools, videoing our presentations, gamifying them, having our students engage in augmented reality, learning how to code, some of these things that are going to equip them for the real world. Now, I also want to highlight a tool that I discovered called Read, Write, Think. And it's a website that provides digital interactives. I believe there are about 50 options, and you can create flipbooks, you can create training cards, you can do a timeline generator. And I'm only emphasizing a few of them because the message I want to bring across is that online teaching and learning is here to stay. And the way that we sustain the momentum with online teaching and learning and getting people to accept online teaching and learning is to use the tools that are available to improve our classroom. We also have called Symbaloo. And when I first came upon Symbaloo, I wondered, what was the purpose of this? But as I started to explore, one of the things that I found is that it's a starting point for bookmarking your websites and your online tools and resources and organizing your homepage. So this might be more useful to educators who are using a lot of e-resources and tools. This helps them to organize their tools. They can also share information and links that they've found, and they can also organize their personal websites and online resources into one place. So you don't have to be looking for several websites at a time when you're teaching. So I thought that was a pretty useful tool to kind of mention. Now, we talked a lot about sustaining the momentum, and in sustaining the momentum, I wanted to emphasize 3 stakeholders that we need to focus on. And the first one is our administrators. And I want to empower administrators to continue to promote innovation, because oftentimes we have organizations that are top down, and we have a few organizations that are bottom up, that tends to hear about innovation, hear about the needs of the organization from the bottom. But a lot of times there are organizations who operate from the top. And so I'm speaking to administrators now. I want you to promote innovation, encourage the use of inclusive technology practices. And this is in terms of helping to provide access where your budgets allow. I'm encouraging you to retool. Help your teachers to retool and retrain. Allocate funds for online teaching tools. And I know a lot of times funding is always an issue, but we have free e-resources that can be used. So sometimes it's not always about money. We can find other avenues to help our educators retool. Solicit donations. And I can't believe I'm telling somebody to solicit donations. But when it comes down to education, there are institutions, there are companies that believe that as a part of their social responsibility is their responsibility to contribute to education. Where there are those organizations, find them. Solicit donations to help your school, to help your organization, to help your institution, to help your public school, to help your private school to promote teaching and learning. And finally, the last thing I'll say to administrators is that incentivize teachers. Incentivize teachers who become digital natives. Does not come naturally to a lot of people, and they have to put in a lot of effort. Where they have put in the effort, I believe they should be incentivized. The next group is our educators. I want you to be receptive to innovation. Acknowledge that knowledge sharing is important, and we need to build and share knowledge where necessary. Partner with other educators. It's not about you, it's about our students and how best we can help them learn and grow in our online environment. This is going to be important to sustain the momentum. Be aware that there's no one strategy that fits all. And that's my message to educators. And then finally, I want to talk to my students. I want you to sustain the momentum. How do you do this? Utilize all the available online learning applications. Be receptive to online quizzes and tasks. I know sometimes it's difficult. It seems tedious. Why am I having to do all this stuff online? But be receptive. What you put in the online learning environment is what you're going to get out. Use the social media tools and sites and applications for learning. Use technology to assist you to study, to think critically, because we want our students to engage in their own learning, be a part of the process. Ask who, what, when, where, why. Ask these types of questions. I want you to think critically, asking the important questions. And I want you to build your learning toolkit. I'm emphasizing these things because these are the things that are going to help us sustain the momentum with online teaching and learning. And initially I mentioned the whole idea of a community. And I mentioned that a part of the community is our administrators, our educators, or students, or politicians, or governments, and so on. All of us are needed if we're going to sustain the momentum we have gained during the pandemic in online teaching and learning. As I close, I want to encourage you to continue to make the strides that you have made and to continue to do the best that you can in the online learning environment. Thank you for allowing me this opportunity to present my few thoughts on online teaching and learning and how we can sustain the momentum. Over to you, Carlene, and thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Palmer. Thank you so much. I was very interested in this because you're absolutely right, okay? The pivot that the pandemic caused to online teaching and learning is practically here to stay. And I think that some of the recommendations that you're making can be so important to those of us here in the diaspora, the alumni associations, the other educational organizations that abound in the diaspora, because just sending devices is not going to make it. Your point about momentum and sustainability is absolutely on point. And I think this is where we in the diaspora can contribute. We can assist and we can provide some of the resources that are required to keep the momentum going and make it sustainable. So Dr. Dice, are you listening? There is a Jaminar, there is a webinar, there is a something for us to pursue. Yes, Dr. Palmer, thank you so much. This is my this is my space. Okay, and so I thank you very much for it, and don't be surprised if you hear from me. Unfortunately, we don't have any questions. Okay, so thank you again, and we're going to move on to our next presenter, Dr. Hanson Fletcher. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Fletcher has been a part of the Jamaica Diaspora Education Task Force for as long as it has been in existence. He is currently the Assistant Dean for Graduate Student Affairs in the School of Medicine at Loma Linda University in California. He's also Professor and Vice Chair of the Department of Basic Sciences, Division of Microbiology and Molecular Genetics. As an experienced and well-trained scientist in the molecular genetics and biochemistry of microbial diseases, his research program has been focused on oral bacterial pathogens important to periodontal diseases and inflammatory systemic diseases, including cardiovascular diseases and rheumatoid arthritis. As a scientist, educator, and administrator from an underrepresented population, he has leveraged his experience to continue the development of a highly motivated people. In Jamaica, he has continued his nation-building activity through the Jamaican Diaspora Education Task Force and was instrumental in the launch of the Jamaica Exceed, that's Excellence in STEM Experiential Education Program in 2016 in collaboration with the Loma Linda University and the Jamaica Diaspora. Here to present Overcoming Environmental Stress, Survival and Skills. Welcome, Dr. Fletcher. Finally, we see you.
Well, thank you so much, Carlene, for your kind words. And it is a pleasure to be with this group. I will talk a little bit about the university. And then because this is an education conference that is also focused on STEM, I'm going to share a little bit of my research with the group, talking a little bit about I'm going to show you some data because we're talking about environmental stress. And I'm going to show you some data with some of the organisms that I study, the bacterial organisms, and how they survive with stress. And you know, we take lessons from these microbes to overcome the pandemic, because yes, we have had to deal with stress, and so we're how do we overcome that? And we look at them at the molecular level. So let me jump in. Let me share my screen, and we'll jump in, and we'll look a little bit about Loma Linda, and then we'll talk a little bit about some of the things that we do, and then I'll show you a little bit of my laboratory data and make some sense of it. So um, I will start now. Let me get this thing out of the way. All right. Are we able to see the screen?
Yes.
Okay. I think just make a few adjustments here. I'm sorry. Okay. So we're looking at the graduate program. We start off looking at the graduate program in the School of Medicine at Loma Linda, where I serve as the Assistant Dean of Graduate Student Affairs. And we have spent quite a bit of time. I've spent a lot of time trying to recruit students to our graduate program in Jamaica. And ever since I've been here, we've had over 25 students that have come from Jamaica or from the Caribbean area to do a PhD in the basic sciences here at Loma Linda. When we look at the biomedical workforce, and this is just taking a snapshot of what happens here in the US, which parallels a lot of what happens in other places, we see where a lot of the workforce is now moving out of the traditional academia, moving out of traditional academic areas at universities and moving into other areas. And this study was commissioned back in the 2012, which is quite some time ago, but we see the trend very similar today, where about the PhDs that do their work in the biomedical workforce, about 43%, we see them in academia. And we see about 23% that are tenured or remain on a tenure track, which is down from the early 90s when a lot more, up to 34% were in that group. And you know, I usually say that I'm not going to retire anytime soon. So anybody who's planning on taking my job, they're going to have to wait for a while. So with that, so they'll have to find other things to do. We see about 20% that will be on the non-tenure track. And sometimes these individuals, they'd rather just do research, and so they'd be in the laboratory. We see where we see an increase of those with PhDs who go to industry to work, or to go to are in science related but non-research careers. And we see some that are outside of the science careers. And one of the things that we see when we train these biomedical scientists is they make decisions, data-driven decisions. So the way they are trained, they can operate in any arena. So we see a lot of them moving out. Some will go to government, but the good thing about getting a PhD in the sciences is that you're going to find a job somewhere. Less than 2% are unemployed. When we look at the careers of the future, we see in the academic science careers, we see, of course, the traditional biomedical science professionals. Those are your professors in academia. We see some that are non-traditional, and nowadays there's a lot of team science. So we see people who are just doing research, or they're providing on a supportive role. When we look in the non-academic area, we see people who are in government or industry, and there is now a lot of clinical research that's going on. And of course, in the non-research science arena, we see where people go off into taking administrative jobs. And like I said before, when in this discipline, we're trained to make data-driven decisions. You develop a hypothesis, you test it, you make those decisions following those kinds of logic, which can be extrapolated to multiple areas. We also see people in journalism or patent law, a whole host of other disciplines or fields that they can move into. So we see a diversity in the jobs that these scientists that are trained in the basic sciences will take up. So one of the things we're doing in graduate school, we're allowing them and we're putting programs in place for them to be able to develop the skill sets to be able to function in these jobs. At Loma Linda, in our graduate program, we have our philosophy, which is to create a scholarly collaborative environment to facilitate and inspire the students' acquisition of fundamental scientific knowledge and skills that will lead to a passion of deeper exploration, understanding, and an integration in their life experience. The integration in their life experience is critical because you can learn something, and if it doesn't become a part of you, then it's not going to make that big of an impact. And so we've structured our program that way so it can be integrated as part of your life experience. We offer programs both in the basic sciences here in the School of Medicine and also earth and biological sciences. In the earth and biological sciences, we offer degrees in biology, geology, natural science, and environmental science. And of course, in the basic sciences, we offer degrees in at least 4 areas, looking at cancer, development and regenerative biology, infection, immunity and inflammation, human anatomy, and we have an area, neuroscience, systems biology, and bioengineering. And these are some new initiatives that we're now implementing, really very exciting. And so we've upgraded our programs to the 21st century where people can get trained in these disciplines and can go out and offer their professional careers in these disciplines. When we look at our graduate program, the way it is structured, it can be achieved in anywhere from 4 to 5 years. In the first year, we have some core courses for the first two quarters. We start in the fall, and in the spring, they start with program-specific courses, so they can go back and they can choose any one of these disciplines. After their discipline-specific courses, they will also be engaged in these journal club type seminars. They're engaged in research. When they come in, they do research rotation so they can identify a lab that they may have an interest in that particular program where they can do their dissertation research. Once that's chosen, they will start on their research at the end of or in the spring of the first year, going on all out throughout the years. At the end of the second year, they will take a qualifying exam and then be advanced to candidacy. And then they complete their dissertation. They will defend it, and then they will go out to build their careers and become successful and carry out the mission of our institution, which is to make man whole and to really build capacity in the society. The length of the program, like I said, was 4 to 5 years, and we only accept students in our PhD program that we can fully support. So all students who are accepted in our PhD program, they get a tuition waiver, they get a stipend, for the first 2 years, the stipend is about $25,000 per year. And after they advance to candidacy, that goes up to about $27,500. And this is the commitment that we make to supporting all our students, which, they're actually being paid while they're earning their degrees. And that is something that we do to encourage these students to really focus and become very proficient in their training and go out and be successful in their careers. So how do you get into our program? We have some basic requirements that you can go to our website. You can see the requirements, and I usually encourage all our students. We do have master's programs. Those master's programs are not funded. You have to pay that tuition. So when I come to Jamaica and I try to recruit our students, and our students usually do very well in our program, I don't talk much about the master's program. We talk about the PhD program, and you can enter the PhD program from your undergraduate program. You have to at least take the GRE and have the basic requirements, and you will be supported. Once you're accepted in our program, we will support you with a tuition waiver and also a stipend. And of course, our students do graduate. This is just a picture. And of course, this particular student right here, she is a Jamaican. She graduated and she's now in medical school trying to finish a medical degree. So she'll have an MD, PhD degree, and we are quite proud of her. And this was one afternoon just before the commencement. You'll see pictures of the campus. So things do happen, people do graduate. That's myself here, and this is our president and our provost, and this is our dean. So that's a snapshot of the programs that we offer and how we support our students. And it's a village that supports them once they're studying here. Let me move a little bit now in the next few minutes. And Carlene, I have about 10 more minutes. Is that?
That sounds right.
Okay. Let me move to quickly just to introduce you to a little bit of my research. And we're going to talk a little bit about overcoming oxidative stress or overcoming environmental stress. And I'm looking at an organism that I study, Perphemonas gingivalis, looking at how it adapts under conditions of oxidative stress. And these are some of the people that have contributed to the work. Some of them, these are both past and present. And of course, our work is being supported by the National Institutes of Health. I just wanted to make, and also the School of Medicine and School of Dentistry. So when we look at the oral cavity, they're over close to, well, they're over 700 different species of microbes in the oral cavity. And of course, one of the ones that cause periodontal disease is Perphemonas gingivalis. And we also have another one that I study, which is Phyllophactylosis. These organisms are quite involved, and they are involved in causing disease in the oral cavity, and they are what we call late colonizers. So they after the hard surfaces are colonized, they are anaerobic organisms, which means they cannot survive in the presence of oxygen. So once you have these colonizers that have reduced the oxygen tension, they're the ones that will come in later, and they're the ones that will cause disease. And when we look at the disease process, we look at the healthy individual. We see a healthy gum, and this is what the disease gum looks like, where we have a lot of inflammation. And this was just surgically pulled back so we could see where we lose a lot of bone, we lose a lot of connective tissue, where the tooth can actually fall out. And this is an inflammatory type disease. When we look at what might be involved, we see a conversion of at least 3 factors. Some people are very susceptible to the disease. So host genetics play a role, and these, of course, the types of microbes that there. And of course, you have some environmental factors, and right at this intersect is where you will see disease, where these 3 factors certainly play a role. When we look at what may happen in the development of this, we see where the bacteria first will attach to the surface of the tooth, and it will colonize. We see these microcolonies It will then form these biofilms, and you might hear the word plaque. They're the same thing. Once you have this community being formed, you get a host response with these immune cells that will form a host response, and it will cause a lot of damage, not only from these cells, but also from these cells that will produce antibodies that will form, and it's, of course, it will form an inflammatory response, which can partly cause some of the damage that we see here occurring, and also some damage that comes from the bacteria that will build up on the surface of the teeth or on the tooth. So we have some damage that's bacterial induced, and we have some that are host induced, which can cause periodontal disease. When we look at this community, Performonas gingivalis, which is the one that I have spent a lot of time studying, can trigger an immune response. And Performonas gingivalis is very proteolytic. It has these enzymes that can degrade these protein substrates. And so it can degrade some of the proteins that's involved with the immune system. It triggers inflammation. That inflammation triggers the breakdown of the tissue. With that breakdown of the tissue, and also it causes bone resorption. It causes what we call a dysbiotic microbiota, where you have an overgrowth of some of the organisms in the periodontal pocket, and this cycles keeps going and causes a lot of damage to the connective tissue that holds the tooth up. That particular environment, that inflammatory environment, causes hydrogen peroxide to be produced. And that hydrogen peroxide can cause a lot of damage to the cells. It can cause a lot of damage to the bacterial cells. And the damage, we did a study where we looked at all the genes that were regulated in the presence of hydrogen peroxide. And when we look at the cell exposed, the bacterial cell, Performonas gingivalis, exposed to hydrogen peroxide at 10 minutes, we see where a lot of genes involved in DNA repair were upregulated. If it goes for longer, we see a lot of genes that are upregulated, that are involved with protein repair and degradation. So exposure to this particular oxidative stress environment will bring about a modulation in gene expression in these cells that will allow them to adapt to that particular environment. We see, and this is years of work from our lab and also from others, where we've shown, and this work was done by one of our students who is also Jamaican. Leroy Henry did his dissertation looking at how the cells respond to oxidative stress. And we see where cells involved in protein repair were affected. Also, cells, genes that are involved in DNA damage was affected, and the particular repair of the damage in the DNA was quite unique. And he showed that this is a unique mechanism. We're still studying it to this day, where we need to understand how it is being repaired. One of the genes that was that's upregulated under oxidative stress was PG686, and this particular project is this particular gene is being characterized by another Jamaican students. I don't know why they like my lab, but a lot of them end up coming to my lab, and they're quite bright, highly motivated. And this particular gene, which is its function is unknown, is upregulated. We show that when it's exposed to oxidative stress, we see an upregulation. In this particular experiment, we're looking at the RNA that is being expressed when it's under, and the intensity of the band shows that in this particular case, certainly it's expressed on the normal condition, but on the oxidative stress condition, you can see where it is highly upregulated. So these genes are expressed highly upregulated in the presence of hydrogen peroxide, in the presence of air, and also nitric oxide. And you can see this particular gene, it's really highly upregulated. This is just using another experimental approach to show that it's upregulated more than tenfold under hydrogen peroxide stress. If we should then inactivate this particular gene in the cell and we knock it out so it's no longer functional, you see where the mutant that we made is now very sensitive to oxidative stress or hydrogen peroxide induced oxidative stress compared to the wild type right here. If we look at percent survival, so we count the cells that are surviving under these conditions, you'll see the untreated one that's not treated with hydrogen peroxide, the wild type strain that's treated with hydrogen peroxide, and here's our mutant cell that's very, very sensitive, which indicates that this particular cell, this particular gene plays a role in allowing the organism to adapt to oxidative stress. There are some other things that we look at. This organism is very proteolytic. We notice that in the mutant cells, the proteolytic activity is also reduced in this particular cell. We look at also other genes, and we look at other genes that are being regulated in this organism. And we notice that this particular gene, which plays a role in oxidative stress, is somewhat downregulated. That means it's not expressed the way it is expressed in the wild type, and also some others. We also see under oxidative stress, so if you expose the mutant to hydrogen peroxide, these genes are even further downregulated, which indicates that this particular gene, this P0686, can regulate the expression of these genes. And I'm running out of time, so I'm going to fast forward through this, and I'll just tell you that this particular gene is now identified as a diguanylate cyclase, it plays a regulatory role in the bacteria. We're able to identify that when we make a deficient mutant, when we inactivate the gene in that particular mutant, it shows less activity of this diguanylate cyclase, which we have identified using mass spectrometry. So I'm going to move through, and I'm going to come to the end of the presentation, where what I'm showing, well, let me just go back. Let me just back up one here, and I'll just show you this little piece, which I think is very exciting, is that we're looking at another organism we call Phyllophactylosis. And Phyllophactylosis can interact with the first one I told you about, Performonas gingivalis, to survive in that periodontal pocket, in that inflammatory environment. This Phyllophactylosis is a gram-positive organism. It has several, it can form these plaques, biofilm, and when these two organisms interact, they even form, there's an increase way in which they can form biofilm. So they can support each other. This is just a picture which shows that when these two interact, they cause damage to the cell. Here is one cell that has a smooth surface, but when you put these two organisms together, it damages the cell. You can see the difference here that it's causing. It also allows the cells to break apart and die. One of the things that it does is that when you grow these two organisms together, if this one in blue is Performonas gingivalis, and this one in red is Phyllophactylosis, which is more sensitive, which is more resistant to oxidative stress. When you put them together, you find that the Performonas gingivalis, which is in blue, survives even better. So it protects it And that's something that is of interest to us. And so we have a model which suggests that when these cells grow together in the periodontal pocket, and they form these, they make the attachment, and they form these microcolonies, and they become the dental plaque in these mature biofilm. You get the immune reaction that occurs. This particular cell type, which is a macrophage, will produce a lot of hydrogen peroxide. Because this filler factor is more resistant, it can protect all these cells. So we'll see that when this occurs, you'll see it will protect the cells. They will survive better because they can organize themselves in these communities, where this particular one will protect the others. And so when we look at a strategy to protect against oxidative stress, we see enhanced survival of this Perfimulus gingivalis that can make use of various mechanisms, including enzymatic and non-enzymatic activities, and is also protected by this other strain that it interacts with. So their strategy is to work together in this microbial community, in this biofilm community, and they have specific mechanisms, specific genes that they will produce to be able to adapt to oxidative stress that they meet in their environment. And with that, I will end. This is Loma Linda, an older picture where during the winter time we can see snow on the mountains, but we enjoy ourselves down here with good weather. And with that, I will end.
Thank you, Dr. Fletcher. I have to admit that you kind of lost me along the way, but I think the message is that in these times and with stress, we have to take care of ourselves.
Well, that is certainly true. And these organisms have taught us ways to adapt, because once we get exposed to stress, we do what we have to do. We have these genes that we express that can help us to cope with the stress.
Yes, I got that message. Okay, thank you so much. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of day 2, and the presentations have hopefully left us, the listeners, more learned, more full of information and ideas to head out into the education space to share with our colleagues, our children, and our families. We welcome greetings early this afternoon from the Ministry of Education, Youth and Information, and welcome the newest MOEYI members to the JDETF family, who share Jamaica's latest comprehensive plan for our children's education. The topics presented after that, some of those things that the pandemic seems to have brought to the fore in mental health and some other behavioral, I wouldn't say diseases, but afflictions. And their illumination clearly results from the pandemic, impacts and wakes us up to hear and to know that there is help and there are answers. And so my thanks to Marcia Amarsing and Tanisha Pascal Matthews. Education policy opened our eyes as to why decisions, what they are, why they're made to make positive impact, and how and why all aspects of the system must be recognized, as it is important to know why and how for greater understanding, as Mrs. Villeneuve-Dice shared. Mr. Salmon pointed out that generally, mentoring is key to sharing with others, younger persons primarily, and mentoring can be so effective at this time, as there are so many decisions that we all are finding ourselves having to make. And then he talked us through how to recognize, how to find, what to think about as we arrive at the best difference. Dr. Alicia Palmer talked about the innovation of online teaching and learning. Many of us here in the diaspora are actually quite clear that this method of teaching and learning is here to stay. Call it what you may, a benefit or not, we have to accept and create sustainable ways to keep it front and center for all of us. So true. I think that there are resources here in the diaspora that can contribute collaborative efforts to schools to follow Dr. Palmer's intentions. And Dr. Fletcher ended with talks about excellent availability of higher tertiary education at his institution in sunny California. Thank you for that, Dr. Fletcher. Then he touched on some medical information and the results of not complying with good hygiene, I might add, together and could result from stress, particularly during these pandemic times. While some of us may not quite follow what and how this happened, we certainly understand how stress can result in negative situations. On behalf of Dr. Dice and the planning team, my thanks to all of our presenters today for sharing their expertise, their ideas, and recommendations on their respective subjects. So what's in store for us for day 3? We're going to have Dr. Marie Smith talking about the future of work, Dr. Miguel Barker on change management, Dr. Sherry and Demetrius on reflective supervision, and Dr. Rohan Jawala on inclusive leadership. These are very interesting, important, and innovative presentations, all having to deal with the new classroom, the new way of teaching, the new way of learning, and how to improve the classroom for our children. Dr. Dice, your turn.
Yes, thank you very much, Lady Largy. I was very impressed with Dr. Fletcher. And I want publicly everybody to know, Dr. Fletcher has been a long-standing and founding member of the Jamaica Diaspora Education Task Force. And he's very, very wholeheartedly devotes all his time to building up Jamaica in his own way. And this way is to try as best as possible to give back medically to Jamaica. So whenever we call on him, he's always there. And I want to say that he was scheduled to be on yesterday, and he is flexible and made time to be with Jamaicans right across the diaspora, but more so the ones in Jamaica, to share his knowledge and expertise with them. Thank you. And I want to say, to extend the thank you, Lady Largy, that you have given to all of our presenters, and as well to you for leading so eloquently right throughout the sessions today. Very well, very, very well. All right, so we're going to close off today. We're going to close off today, and then we'll meet back on here at 1 p.m. Jamaica time, 2 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Okay, that's tomorrow. Tomorrow is the last day. So we will see everybody here tomorrow at those times, either Jamaica time or Eastern Daylight Time. Take care, everybody, and have a great evening, okay? And oh, by the way, before we go, for those of us who are asking about the recordings, they're on JD Tan YouTube channel. So as soon as we're done here, you can go back and watch all of them. You can even watch yesterday's sessions on JD Tan's YouTube channel. Just type in JDTAN in YouTube, search, and you'll find the channel, and you can find a whole lot of things on that channel. Many seminars that we have done. Okay, so everything is on there, and of course we're gonna send out press briefing on the link too for you at the end of this session. Invite everybody to come on tomorrow. It's gonna be a powerhouse as well as we go through the day and we close. Walk good, everybody. Take care and see you tomorrow. Okay, bye.
Evening, everyone.
Yes, good evening.
He left no time to regret. Kept his day quiet with his same old safe bet. Me and my head high and my tears dry. Get on without my guy. You went back to what you knew, so far removed from all that we have been through. it's not enough. You love blow and not a pound. Life is like a pie, and I'm a tiny penny rolling up the walls inside. We only said goodbye with words. I died 100 times. You go back to her and I go back to. We only said goodbye with words. I died 100 times. You go back to her and I go back to. We only said goodbye with words. I died 100 times. You go back to her and I go back to. We only said goodbye with words. I died 100 times. You go back to her and I go back to us. To us. Oh, 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 oh. You go back to us.
COVID-19 vaccines are now available to all New Yorkers 12 and older. Help us get one shot closer to a COVID-free NYC. Get vaccinated today. Visit nyc.gov/vaccine finder